Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
My husband, Dennis, almost died of a heart attack 4 months before the cruise. Not almost. He flatlined on a table in Vanderbilt University Medical Center for 31 seconds. And then the paddles brought him back. And 3 days later, he was sitting up in a hospital bed eating orange jello and asking when he could go back to work. And I was standing at the window watching the parking lot and thinking about those 31 seconds in a way that I have not fully stopped thinking about since. We booked the Royal Caribbean sailing in February. The doctor said the trip would be fine, that Dennis was doing well, that controlled exertion and low altitude and warm weather would be perfectly appropriate for a man 8 months post-cardiac event. We chose an anniversary cruise, the way people who have recently been reminded that time is limited choose things with the particular urgency of people who understand, for the first time and all the way through, that there is a number of anniversaries they will get, and it is not infinite. My name is Beverly Hollis. I am 53 years old, and I live in Nashville, Tennessee. And what I am about to tell you is something that I have described to exactly 3 people since March of 2020. My daughter, who listened carefully and then said quietly that I should probably talk to someone. My pastor, who said everything happens for a purpose, which is the kind of thing people say when they do not have anything else. And Dennis, who was there for part of it, and who does not remember the part I am most afraid of, and who, when I try to describe it, gets a look on his face that I have never seen on his face before or since. Not disbelief. The look people get when they are being careful not to remember something. I am going to start with what everyone already knows, which is the cartel incident. Because that part is documented, and because if I start with the other part, you'll stop listening before you understand why the other part matters. We booked a shore excursion at the port of Costa Maya to visit the Mayan ruins at Chacchoben. An hour's drive inland, through flat jungle scrubland, on straight roads that go to the horizon and then go a little further. The ruins sit in a clearing of managed jungle, surrounded by dense vegetation that presses up against the archaeological perimeter on all sides, and the heat there is different from the heat at the coast. Heavier, thicker, more insistent, as if the jungle is producing it from inside itself rather than receiving it from the sun. We arrived at 9:30 in the morning. Dennis was moving slowly, the way he had moved since the hospital, with that new deliberateness that I had come to love and to grieve simultaneously, the deliberateness of a man who had been reminded that his body was not a thing to take for granted. Our guide was a young man named Carlos, who knew the site with the specific depth of someone who grew up near it. He told us things about Chacchoben that the guidebooks do not mention. He told us that the site was only formally excavated in the 1990s, that before that it was farmland, that the pyramids had been there under the jungle for so long that trees had grown through their platforms and into their stones, and that the clearing of the site had been partly an excavation and partly a process of teaching the jungle, slowly, that these were not its stones to keep. He told us that the tallest temple had been used for ceremonies of sacrifice, and he said this with the same matter-of-fact tone that a museum curator uses when explaining a medieval torture implement. Not without weight, but without drama, because the weight was historical and did not require amplification. I was listening to Carlos. I was half listening to Carlos. The rest of my attention was on Dennis, the way it had been on Dennis for 8 months, in that particular lateral vigilance that people who have almost lost someone develop, the constant peripheral monitoring of breathing and color and pace, and the particular way he held his shoulders when he was tired, but Not saying so, the owl appeared on the second temple we visited. I want to be accurate about the time. It was approximately 11 in the morning, which means the sun was near vertical, which means the jungle was producing full midday heat, which means the light was a white, shadowless blaze that left nowhere for anything to hide. There were no convenient shadows on those stones. Nothing was ambiguous about the light. The owl was perched on the flat top of a low altar stone at the base of the pyramid, perhaps 20 feet from where our group had stopped to listen to Carlos explain the ceremonial function of the platform. It was large, pale feathered brown and cream, and a deep particular gray that seemed at odds with the light in the way that colors sometimes look wrong under fluorescent illumination. Its eyes were amber. Owls are not creatures of the midday jungle. You do not see them in direct sun, in heat, in open clearing. What I knew about owls, which was not much, told me that what I was looking at was wrong in a biological sense, and what I knew about animals, which was more, told me that the way it was sitting was wrong in an animal sense. It was not resting. It was not perched the way a perched bird perches, with that slight inward collapse of the shoulders that signals ease, that signals the body taking a moment. It was upright in the way that something is upright when it is attending to something, when it is paying attention to something specific, with the whole of whatever it has available for paying attention. It was looking at Dennis. I know how that sounds. I know that birds look at things, that the fixed binocular stare of an owl is not directional evidence of anything, that the amber circles of its eyes do not constitute intent. I know all of that. I am telling you that it was looking at Dennis, and that I knew it was looking at Dennis with a certainty that was not interpretive but physical, the way you know when someone's eyes are on you in a crowd, from somewhere you cannot see, before you have turned to find them. Carlos continued talking. I had stopped listening to Carlos. Dennis had not noticed the owl. He was looking up at the pyramid, one hand shading his eyes, and his color was good, and his breathing was easy, and he had taken his medication that morning, and I had the sudden, vertiginous sensation of standing on the edge of something that was not the stone platform I was standing on, something wider than the platform, something with a longer edge. I put my hand on his arm. He looked at me, faintly surprised, and smiled. The owl did not move. Then the gunshots started. They were distant at first, the way sounds carry strangely through dense jungle, arriving at the ear from no clear direction. 2 shots, then a pause, then a rapid sequence that was not ambiguous in any language, that required no translation, that the body understands before the mind has processed the sound and assigned it a category. Carlos stopped speaking mid-sentence. He turned toward the jungle with expression that collapsed whatever remained of the comfortable tourist transaction we had been having, and the expression was not confusion. It was recognition. What followed, I will tell you briefly, because it has been told in its practical details in many places, and because the practical details are not what I am trying to tell you. Our bus driver had been shot at on the road. A territorial dispute between drug groups had produced roadblocks on the highway. We were stranded at the ruins for hours, behind the pyramid walls, in the heat, without food, with limited water, with a group of other tourists and a young guide who was managing his fear with the specific professionalism of someone who understood that his fear was not currently useful and had set it aside. Dennis was struggling, not visibly to the others, not collapsing, but I knew his color, and I knew the set of his jaw, and I knew the way he was breathing, and I was doing the arithmetic that spouses of cardiac patients do constantly, the arithmetic of exertion and stress and heat, and the specific threshold above which the numbers stop being manageable. I was doing this arithmetic. I was watching the jungle for movement at the perimeter. I was monitoring Dennis, and the owl was there. It was on a different stone, not the altar stone, a higher stone at the base of the main pyramid staircase, at the level of my eye when I was standing, perhaps 15 feet from where Dennis and I had pressed ourselves against the pyramid's wall. Same posture, same absolute stillness. eyes still oriented toward Dennis with that quality I cannot name except to say again that it was not passive, it was attending. It was present in the way that something is present when it has a specific reason to be present, and the reason is not decorative. I looked directly at it. It did not respond to being looked at. It did not adjust, did not flicker, did not perform the small self-corrections that living things perform when they become aware of observation. It simply continued its attendance on my husband in the white vertical noon of a Mayan ruin, while gunfire echoed at varying distances through the jungle, and the rest of our group crouched behind stones that had been shaped by hands that understood with great sophistication and great devotion exactly what it meant to stand between a living person and whatever came next. We hiked out 2 miles through the jungle on a path the guide knew, to a clearing where a helicopter was able to reach us. Dennis made it. He was white by the time we reached the clearing and his hands were shaking, and I was holding one of them and counting his pulse against my fingers. And he made it. We were airlifted to the ship as the sun went down, and the ship was lit and loud and full of people who had spent the day at the pool. And I sat in our cabin and held Dennis's hand while he slept, and I thought about the owl. I thought about what Carlos had told us earlier before everything changed. I thought about what the pyramids were built for. I thought about the Mayan understanding of death, which Carlos had described with a particular care, as something the ancient Maya did not view as an ending, but as a transition, a passage from one form of existence to another, and about the role of the sacred sites in that transition, and about the specific purpose of the ceremonies that had taken place on those platforms for 1,000 years before anyone alive had been born. I thought about something else Carlos had said. He had said it almost in passing, as a footnote to something else, in the way that guides sometimes say the most important things. He said that the Mayans believed certain places held the attention of what they called the Lords of Death, that these were not malevolent lords, that they were in the Mayan conception, simply attentive, simply present at the boundary, simply interested, in the way that anything is interested in the thing it governs, in souls that might be approaching their jurisdiction. And then I thought about 31 seconds on a table in Vanderbilt University Medical Center, and about whether something that had already noticed Dennis 4 months before, in that operating room, had simply been waiting for a place with the right kind of stone. Dennis does not remember the owl. I have asked him, carefully, more than once, and he does not remember it. He remembers the gunshots, the hiding, the hike, the heat. He does not remember the owl on the altar stone, or on the pyramid base, or looking at him with amber eyes in the midday sun while the jungle echoed with the sound of people shooting at each other a few miles away. I remember it. I will always remember it. I do not know if what watched my husband from those stones meant to take him, and decided not to. I do not know if what watched him was waiting to see if the heat, or the stress, or the exertion would cross the threshold, and was prepared to receive what came across. I do not know if the Lords of Death are a thing, and I do not know if a place built to stand at the boundary between living and not living retains something of that purpose after 1,000 years of silence. What I know is this. When we walked back past the altar stone on our way to the jungle path, I looked at it. It was empty. The owl was gone, and on the flat top of the stone, where the owl had been, there was nothing. No feather, no mark, only, in the thin layer of dust that settled on everything in that heat, the faintest impression of something that had stood there, and stood very still, and been very heavy, and waited. Dennis is fine. We celebrated our anniversary last June. He does his cardiac rehab every Tuesday and Thursday, takes his medication, goes to his cardiology appointments, and has the particular quality of aliveness that belongs to people who have been close enough to the edge to know it is there. I take nothing for granted. I never enter a very old place without thinking about what the old places were for. And I have never, since that morning in the jungle, made the mistake of assuming that the things standing at the boundary between one world and the next required darkness to see by. Some of them worked just fine in the light. My name is not important. What is important is what I was before and what I became after. Before, I was the kind of man who had walked through active fire, who had calculated odds in the dark with bullets moving above his head, who believed with absolute conviction that every event in the universe had a mechanical cause and a mechanical explanation, and that any person claiming otherwise was either confused, superstitious, or simply not looking hard enough. I had served 2 combat tours. I had been decorated. I had watched men die in ways that would dissolve the faith of any reasonable person in a just and ordered universe, and I had emerged from all of it with my rationalism not only intact, but sharpened, the way steel is sharpened by what tries to break it. I was, in the truest sense of the phrase, a man who did not believe in anything he could not touch, measure, or explain. That was before September of 2018. Before the mountain, before 3:17 a.m. I want to be upfront with you about something. I am not telling the story to be believed. I am past caring whether anyone believes me. I am telling it because the alternative is to keep it locked inside a chest that sits behind my sternum and that I feel every night when I wake up at 3:17 a.m. exactly, and lie in the dark for exactly the same 18 minutes before sleep returns. I've been doing this every night for 6 years. Every single night. I have seen neurologists, sleep specialists, and one psychologist who specialized in veteran trauma, who told me gently and professionally that there was no organic cause for the pattern, no physiological explanation. My brain was simply waking itself up at the same specific time, for no reason that science could locate. I know why it happens. I have known since the first week, even though every rational part of me kept trying to find another answer. I know what it is, and I know where it came from, and if you will stay with me through the full account, you will understand why a man who spent his adult life in service of logic and evidence has arrived, in the second half of that life, at a place where logic has a wall it cannot climb. In the summer of 2018, I was approached by a geophysical research firm out of Denver, Colorado, to participate in a scientific survey expedition to a remote mountain range on the Tibetan Plateau. The firm, which I will not name for professional reasons, was conducting a study into the unusual electromagnetic properties of the region. You may be aware that Mount Kailash, the sacred peak at the heart of western Tibet, has been associated for decades with reports of compass malfunction, GPS signal distortion, and disrupted electronic equipment. Expeditions near the mountain have documented compass needles spinning erratically and continuously, as well as electronic devices malfunctioning even from a distance. GPS signals in the region have been documented as distorting in ways that complicated navigation, with no conventional geological explanation offered. The scientific community had long attributed this to naturally occurring magnetic mineral deposits in the surrounding rock formation. The firm wanted a ground-level survey team to document field instrument behavior in real time across 3 designated survey points within a 20-kilometer radius of the peak. I was invited as the team's security and logistics specialist. I have no illusions about why they brought me. I was someone who had operated in remote and hostile terrain under pressure, who would not panic if conditions deteriorated, and who could handle emergency protocols without becoming a liability. I accepted the commission. I want to be honest with you, I also accepted it partly as a gesture of intellectual contempt. I had read, before the expedition, the range of claims associated with this mountain, the rapid aging phenomenon, the disappearing pilgrims, the accounts of spiritual hallucination and time distortion, and I had found them, each one, to be exactly what I expected. The stories of rapid aging and accelerated hair and nail growth at Kailash have no names attached, no official records, and no documentation to support them. The concept of time dilation, as described in physics, requires conditions utterly absent at any mountain on Earth. The legends were folklore, dressed in the language of mysticism to preserve what superstition could not justify with facts. I intended to go, conduct good work, and return home having confirmed one more time that the world is exactly what it appears to be. I arrived at the base camp staging area outside the town of Dartshen on the 14th of September. The team was 4 people in total. Myself, a geophysicist named Dr. Turl, Caroline Marsh from the University of Colorado, a senior field technician named Robert Holt, and our Tibetan guide and cultural liaison, a man who went by the name Thomas, which was the English approximation he preferred for work with Western teams. Thomas was 51 years old, quiet and efficient. He prepared meals without being asked, maintained the equipment with professional care, and, during our briefings, answered every question about logistics and terrain clearly and without hesitation. But, in the 2 days we spent at Darchin before beginning the approach, he said something to me that I noted and dismissed, as I dismissed everything that did not fit my framework. He said it on the second evening, without any preamble, while we were reviewing the survey route map. He placed his finger on the 3rd survey point, the one closest to the mountain's northern face, at roughly 5,800 meters elevation, and he looked at me with a steadiness that was not dramatic, not theatrical, just flat and clear, the way a contractor looks at a client when he's about to describe a load-bearing wall. He said that the 3rd point was where the mountain watches most closely. He said it the way a person states a fact that everyone in the room already knows. I thanked him for the input. I said we would follow the survey protocol as planned. He nodded and went back to the map. He did not argue, and he did not warn me again. He simply noted it, once for the record, and moved on. That composure disturbed me more than drama would have, but I set it aside. The first 2 days of the approach were demanding and entirely unremarkable. The terrain was what it was, hard, high, cold, and steep. The kind of landscape that concentrates your entire consciousness into the next footfall and allows no room for anything abstract. Dr. Fall. Marsh collected her readings at the first 2 survey points, and the instrumentation behaved in ways that were, she noted with professional satisfaction, genuinely anomalous. Her compass was producing readings that deviated by an average of 12 degrees from the established magnetic bearing of the survey markers. Deviation consistent enough to rule out equipment fault, inconsistent enough to rule out a single geological explanation. Robert's GPS unit was producing location data that placed him, at one point, approximately 400 meters from his actual confirmed position. We documented everything. I remained, throughout, analytically engaged and emotionally flat. On the evening before the 3rd survey point, I shaved. I want you to note that detail because I thought nothing of it at the time. I had a small mirror clipped to the inside of my tent, and I shaved before going to sleep because I always shave before going to sleep. A habit from 20 years of military service, where grooming discipline is part of field readiness. I shaved clean, and I went to sleep, and I slept heavily until approximately 5 in the morning, when the cold woke me. I reached for my mirror, out of habit, to check my face before the day began. I had a beard. Not the shadow of a mist patch, not the subtle overnight growth you sometimes feel in the morning. A beard. Reports from those who have been near Mount Kailash describe what would normally be 2 weeks of hair and nail growth occurring in a span of 12 hours. With the mountain air cited as a contributing factor to this rapid change, I had dismissed that claim as folklore for educated people to ignore. I sat in my tent at 5 in the morning, at 5,000 meters, running my hand across my face, and felt the specific scrape and resistance of a beard that had not been there 8 hours earlier, and the dismissal mechanism in my brain tried to fire and found that it had nothing to fire at. I said nothing to the others. I noted it in my field log. Date, time, observation. No interpretation. That is what a rational person does. You record what you observe. You do not interpret until you have more data. We reached the 3rd survey point on the afternoon of the 16th of September. It was an exposed ridge at the northern edge of the circumambulation route, roughly 2 kilometers from the nearest section of the core trail, with a direct and unobstructed view of Kailash's north face. The mountain's northern face is described by those who have studied it as almost perfectly pyramidal, its geometry too exact, its symmetry too consistent, to be easily attributed to simple glacial erosion patterns. standing at that ridge and looking at that face. I will not tell you I felt spiritual awe, because I did not. What I felt was something more disorienting, and in some ways harder to name. It was the sensation that the mountain was not passive. Not that it was alive in any biological sense, but that it was attending to us. The way a room attends to you when you enter it. The way darkness attends to a light. Something in the geometry of the north face directed your attention back upon itself. And then, just at the edge of that attention, redirected it back at you. I recorded the observation in my field log as strong sense of environmental awareness. Possible altitude-related perceptual effect. Unconfirmed. Dr. Marsh began her readings. Robert set up the secondary instrumentation. Thomas stood about 30 meters behind us, facing away from the mountain, which I registered and did not yet understand. The readings were extraordinary. Dr. Marsh's instruments documented a magnetic field variance at that point that was, in her words, outside the parameters of any geological formation she had previously encountered. Not larger, not more powerful, but differently shaped, exhibiting a directional pattern that rotational mineral deposits cannot produce. A pattern more consistent with what she carefully described as an engineered electromagnetic field. Russian scientists who conducted a study of the mountain's geometry concluded that its near-perfect pyramidal shape and the unnaturally steep uniformity of its faces suggested intentional design. A theory rejected by mainstream science, but one that has never been entirely refuted by field measurement. She did not say this was true. She said this was what the data resembled, and that she could not account for it, and that she would need controlled laboratory conditions to develop a framework. I was standing there, listening to her describe this, when I became aware of the dog. It was at the edge of the ridgeline, perhaps 25 meters to my left, sitting on a flat section of exposed granite. A large pale dog with thick mountain breed fur, the kind of animal you occasionally see in the Tibetan highlands, kept by nomadic herders as guard stock, except there were no herders within visible range. There were no settlements within 20 kilometers of that ridge. The dog was simply there, sitting upright, perfectly still, in the way that a well-trained animal sits when it has been commanded to stay. And it was looking at me. Not at Dr. Marsh. Not at Robert. At me. Directly, with a fixed, unblinking attention that had none of the soft, social quality of a dog watching its owner, and none of the predatory quality of an animal assessing prey. It was watching me the way an observer watches a subject. Flat, patient, cataloging. Its eyes were a pale, almost colorless yellow, and in the mountain light they had a quality I can only describe as too still for living tissue. Too precisely focused. Too deliberate. I looked at it for perhaps 30 seconds, and it did not shift its weight, did not blink, did not move any part of itself except to track the slight adjustments of my position with a mechanical, unhurried precision. When I took a step to the right, its gaze moved to follow me at exactly the same rate as my movement, the way a surveillance camera pans. When I turned away to speak to Robert, and then turned back, it had not moved. Same position, same eyes, same absolute attention. I asked Thomas about it. He came to stand beside me and looked at the animal for a long moment. Then he said that the dog was not ours to worry about. He said it without elaborating. I pressed him. Whose dog was it? Where had it come from? How long had it been there? And he said, with the same flat, professional clarity he had used at the map on the second night, that some things at this altitude did not come from anywhere and did not belong to anyone, and that the correct response was to continue the work and to leave before dark. He said the last part, leave before dark, the way a man says it when it is not a suggestion. We left before dark. The dog was still sitting on the granite when we broke camp and began the descent, still in exactly the same position, still watching me, specifically, from the same fixed angle as I walked away and the ridge fell below my sightline. That night, in the camp below, I woke at 3:17 a.m. I knew the time because I checked my watch immediately and automatically, the way a military person checks a watch when something wakes them. 3:17 a.m. No sound, no sensation of a cause, no lingering fragment of a dream. One moment I was asleep, and the next moment I was completely awake. Not the gradual, uncertain surface breaking of a normal waking, but a single precise transition, as if a switch had been thrown. Awake, alert, heart rate elevated slightly but steadily, and absolutely certain that I needed to be aware of my environment. I lay still. I listened. The tent was dark, and the air outside was the deep, motionless cold of high altitude at night. And then, from the direction of the mountain, from the north face, from the survey point we had left 6 hours ago, came a sound. I want to be very careful about how I describe this, because I have spent 6 years trying to describe it accurately, and I have never fully succeeded. It was not a voice, in the sense of something producing articulated speech. It was not an animal sound, in the sense of something biological and hungry. It was a sustained tone, low, harmonic, and precisely regular, that had the texture, if sound can have texture, of something that has been occurring for a very long time. Not a new sound, a continuing sound, one that had always been there at that frequency, that I was only now, at 5,000 meters, at 3:17 in the morning, able to perceive, like a radio frequency that was always transmitting, and I had only just tuned to it. It continued for exactly 18 minutes. I counted the time. At the end of those 18 minutes, it stopped, not faded, stopped. Clean, like a switch thrown in the other direction. I did not sleep again that night. I have not slept past 3:17 a.m. since. We descended on the 17th, and were back in Darchen by midday. I did not discuss what I had heard with Dr. Marsh or Robert. I filed my logistics report and completed my professional obligations with full efficiency. On the flight back to Denver, I started a secondary private log, separate from the official field documentation, in which I began recording the pattern. 3:17 a.m. Waking. 18 minutes of wakefulness. Return to sleep. Every single night. For the first week, and then the second, and the third, and the 3 months following, and then the year, until the neurologist sat across from me in her office in Denver and told me, with genuine professional puzzlement, that my brain was simply doing something she had no framework to explain. I have since found, in the research literature, one additional account that I keep returning to. A scientific expedition that attempted to approach the summit of Mount Kailash was counseled by a Tibetan Lama to abandon the attempt. Those who persisted despite the warning faced tragic outcomes within a year or two of the expedition. I am not reporting this to suggest I experienced something comparably dire. I came home intact, but I want you to understand the shape of the pattern. The way the mountain operates not through dramatic confrontation, but through something slower, something that follows you down the descent and settles into the architecture of your daily life, rewriting the schedule of your sleep, your threshold of certainty, your relationship with everything you thought you knew. There is a detail I have not yet told you, and I am going to tell it now, because it is the one I have thought about the most. The one that sits at the center of everything I can no longer explain away. When I returned to Denver and had my first medical workup, the physician asked routinely whether I had experienced any unusual physical symptoms during the expedition. I told her about the beard, the growth that had occurred in 8 hours. She ordered blood work. She was looking for a hormonal irregularity, a stress response, something measurable. The blood work came back normal in every category. She told me she had no explanation, but that she was not concerned. I was concerned, not frightened, past frightened, concerned in the deep operational way that a trained person is concerned when the evidence no longer supports the model, when the model itself has to be interrogated, when the only honest thing you can say is that you went to a place and something in that place looked at you. and it left a fingerprint on your biology and your sleep, and your sense of what is possible that no instrument you have ever trusted has been able to fully account for. I said earlier that I am not asking to be believed. That remains true. But I want to offer you one piece of practical advice. From the perspective of a man who spent his life believing that preparation and analysis were sufficient protection against anything the world could produce, they are not. There are places on this earth, and Kailash is one of them, and I am now certain of it in a way I cannot renegotiate, where the rules you were given do not apply, where the instruments you trust will behave as though something is wrong with them, where a sound will find you at a very specific time in the middle of the night and write itself, permanently, into the rhythm of your body. Go there if you must. Do the work. Document everything, as I did. Be as logical and as disciplined and as well-equipped as you can possibly be. And when you return, check what time it is when you wake in the dark, because whatever I encountered in the shadow of that mountain is still, 6 years later, keeping its appointment. Every single night, at 3:17 a.m. I have been trying to figure out how to write this for 2 years. Every time I start, I get about 3 sentences in, and I delete it, because the sentences sound like the words of a man who has lost his mind. And I do not want to be that man, and I cannot stop being that man. And so I am just going to write it and let you decide. My name is Cole Radner. I am 29 years old. I live in Bozeman, Montana, and I work at a hardware store. And I go to therapy every Thursday at 4 in the afternoon. And I have not been above 6,000 feet since the summer of 2021. And I do not plan to go above 6,000 feet ever again. Brianna Marsh was my best friend since the 7th grade. Sophie Oakes I had known for 4 years, since we met in an outdoor recreation class at the university in Missoula. On the 3rd of July 2021, the three of us took a cable car up to the upper station on the Monte Rosa Massif in the Italian Alps, strapped on rented crampons, and started climbing toward a peak called Vincent Pyramid, 13,800 feet, rated PU difficile in the mountaineering guidebooks. Appropriate for fit, experienced hikers with basic alpine gear. We had a guidebook, 2 ropes, trekking poles, and a map we had printed at the hostel in Grassoni, Saint-Jean-Chant. We reached the summit just after noon. I remember that moment with a clarity that hurts, because it is the last photograph in my mind where everyone is still whole. Brianna had her arms out, laughing, spinning slowly on the summit cairn. Sophie was taking pictures on her phone, her face flushed from the altitude, her eyes bright and watering from the wind. I was sitting on a rock just below the highest points, eating a granola bar, feeling that specific, particular satisfaction that you feel when your body has worked hard and delivered you somewhere worth going. The fog came in before we finished eating. I want you to understand how fast it happened, because I have read the accounts of what people imagine mountain disasters look like, and the reality is different. There is no dramatic moment where you see the storm coming. There is no time to make a decision. 1 minute the sky above the Pennine Alps was a hard, cold blue, and the next minute it was not sky at all. It was something else, something thick and flat and white, moving without sound, and then the temperature dropped in a way that is not like cold weather at sea level. Not a gradual drop, not a chill, but a drop, a cliff-edge drop, as if the air itself had changed species. -15 degrees Celsius with wind. Within 10 minutes we could not see our own feet. We called for help at 2:30 in the afternoon. I made the call, using what little signal we had, giving our location as best I could, which was not very good because the map was useless in the whiteout, and I was already disoriented in the way that altitude and fear and white in every direction will disorient you. The rescue center in Costa confirmed our call. They told us to stay where we were and to stay together. We stayed together. We huddled together on the slope, the three of us, and our lightweight jackets that were not designed for this, pressing our bodies against each other for warmth. And we talked. We talked about nothing useful. We talked about a pasta restaurant we had eaten at in Gressony-Saint-Jean the night before. About a movie Sophie had been meaning to watch. About whether Brianna's brother was going to pass his driving exam. We talked because talking meant we were still warm enough to form words, still present, still there. A rescue helicopter found us by air at around 6 in the evening. I could hear it. I could not see it. The pilot could not land. The storm is too severe, the wind too unpredictable, and the slope beneath us too steep and iced. And we heard the helicopter hover somewhere above the fog, and then move away again. And that was the moment when I understood, with a clarity that had nothing to do with reason, that we were going to die up there. That is when I first saw the dog. I want to be precise about this because the precision is the only thing I have left to offer. It was not at the edge of my vision. It was not a shape I mistook for something else. I was looking directly at Brianna, who was shaking against my shoulder, and the dog was standing perhaps 30 feet behind her, perfectly still, perfectly upright, in the fog. It was large and entirely black, and I could see it the way you can sometimes see things in fog better than you can see things in clear air, that strange paradox of mist, where certain edges become sharper. It had no collar. It was not moving. It was not panting. Its eyes from 30 feet away in the near dark of the storm were oriented directly at me, and I cannot explain to you how I knew this, but I knew it the way you know when someone in a crowd is looking at you from across a room. I did not say anything to Brianna or Sophie. I do not know why. I watched it for perhaps 2 minutes, and it did not move. And then I looked away, and when I looked back, it was gone. Ground rescuers reached us at approximately 9 in the evening. I heard them before I saw them, heard voices in crampons on ice, and the creak of gear in the dark in the wind, and I felt something in my chest unlock that I had not known was locked. A man's voice, coming out of the fog, saying words in Italian that I did not understand, and then, when he got close enough to see my face, switching to English. He said, "We are here. You are going to be okay." I remember looking at Brianna when he said that, and she looked at me, and her eyes were glassy and slow, but she was there, she was present, and she tried to smile. I remember that, the trying. They had rescue baskets. They had the equipment for this. The rescuers were calm and methodical, working in the dark, in the storm, in conditions I would not have believed possible to work in. And they got us onto the baskets and began the process of carrying us down. I was in the first basket. I know this because of what I was told afterward. I know this because in the moment I was not thinking about sequence or logistics. I was watching the fog. The dog was there again. It was at the edge of the rescuers' headlamp range, at the boundary where the light dissolved into white, following the column of people moving down the slope, following at the same distance, 30 feet, not moving in the way a living animal moves. No drift, no shift of weight, no breath clouding in the cold, just there, and moving only when the group moved, maintaining that precise interval, the way a shadow maintains its interval. And it was still looking at me. I was being carried on my back in a rescue basket, looking up and back and sideways into the fog, and it was following and looking at me, and its eyes caught the headlamp light in a way that was wrong, not the eye shine of an animal in the dark, which is greenish and biological, but something flat and pale, like light falling on glass. I closed my eyes. I told myself it was hypothermia. I told myself it was altitude. I told myself that the brain under extreme cold does things, generates things, reaches for company and meaning when the real world has stopped making sense, and that what I was seeing was the product of a body that had been pushed to the edge of what it could sustain. This is a real and documented thing. I know this. I have read about it in the months since. Researchers who study high-altitude climbing have documented it thoroughly. The hallucinated companions, the voices in the wind, The presence is at the shoulder. What they call the third man factor. The brain generating company when the body is run out of everything else. The brain does this. I know all of that. I also know what I saw. I woke up in a hospital in Switzerland, in a room that was white and warm and very bright. I had moderate hypothermia and frostbite on 2 fingers of my left hand. I was told I was going to be fine. I asked about Brianna and Sophie. The nurse looked at her hands. That particular downward look that nurses have when they have something to tell you that they have been told to let the doctor tell you. And then the doctor came in, and the look on his face was the same look, and he sat down and he told me that Brianna had not survived. He said she had passed on the slope before the rescuers could get her down. He said they had done everything they could, that the cold had been severe, that the timeline had been very difficult. He paused, and then he told me that Sophie had also not survived. He said Sophie had been brought to a mountain shelter, and that despite every effort, she had not held on. I do not remember much of what happened after that. What I can tell you is what I could not tell the doctors, or the rescue coordinators, or the grief counselor who came to the hospital room the following morning. What I could not tell any of them, because I did not have words for it that would not make them call a different kind of doctor, was what I had been thinking about since I woke up. What I was thinking, and have been thinking every day since, is this. The dog was there for all 3 of us. The fog was the same fog. The cold was the same cold. The baskets were the same baskets, on the same slope, carrying 3 people in the same hypothermic state, down the same mountain, at the same time. And I am here. And they are not. I spent 4 months asking myself why. I have asked my therapist. I have read everything I can find about how hypothermia progresses, about why some bodies give out before others, about the 1,000 tiny variables of core temperature and body fat, and luck in timing and the exact angle a person's body holds against the wind. I have an answer for all of it. The medicine answers it. The physics of it answers it. Every piece of it can be explained. But the dog was there, and it was watching me, and it was not watching them. I want you to understand what I am telling you. I am not saying the dog killed them. I am not saying the dog saved me. I do not believe in things like that. I am saying that something was on that mountain, and it was oriented toward me specifically, and it watched with the specific focus of something that has already made a decision. And what it was done watching, 2 of my best friends were dead, and I was in a Swiss hospital with 10 fingers and a future I had not earned. That is the thing that does not leave me. Not the grief, though the grief is real and it does not end. Not the guilt, though the guilt is real and it does not end either. The thing that does not leave me is the sensation of being chosen, of having been looked at by something that looks at everyone on that mountain, and everyone in that fog, and every body being carried down on every basket, and of having had that gaze settle on me, and decide, I have not seen the dog since the mountain. I want to be clear about that, because I know what you are thinking. It is not following me home. It is not outside my window. I am not looking for it in the dark. I am not seeing it at the edge of parking lots, or at the end of hallways, or in the yard behind the house. I am just aware, in the particular way that a person is aware of a thing they cannot stop thinking about, that whatever looked at me on that mountain looked at all 3 of us, and looked at me longest, and that I am still here, and that I do not know what that means, and that I do not know what it decided, and that the only thing harder than not understanding it is the possibility that someday I will. I think about Brianna spinning on the summit cairn, arms out, laughing, with the whole sky behind her. I think about Sophie's eyes, bright and watering from the wind, aiming her phone at the view. I think about how we ate our granola bars at 13,000 feet and talked about a pasta restaurant and a movie and a driving exam, and how ordinary and beautiful and sufficient it all was, and how within an hour of that moment, the mountain had already decided which one of us was coming home. If you have lost someone this way, if you know this particular shape of grief, then you already understand what I am trying to say, and you do not need me to say it. If you have not, then I am not sure I have the words to explain it to you. All I can tell you is this: go carefully in high places. Stay together. And if you see a dog that does not move the way dogs move, that does not blink the way dogs blink, that watches you from the edge of the dark with eyes that hold no warmth and no color and no mercy, come down. Not everything that finds you on a mountain is trying to save you. The narrator is the one inside the mountain, buried, sealed, immobile. And the horror is not what is happening to her body. The horror is acoustic intimacy through concrete. She can hear Daniel's voice through 3 feet of avalanche debris, compressed to its fundamental frequency, stripped of words, reduced to pure cadence. And she knows it is her name. She cannot answer. She cannot move toward it. She can only breathe slowly and stay still and listen to the sound of her husband, 3 feet above her, organizing his entire existence around a single point that is her. The core romantic fear here is not staying too long out of love, but being separated by the width of a hand from the person you love, and being completely unable to close that distance, and having to trust the training and the beacon and the 4 minutes and 20 seconds. There is a version of this story I have told in public, in the 3 years since it happened. The version where I describe the avalanche in clinical terms. The roar, the white, the tumbling, the darkness, and where I describe the rescue in the language of gratitude and luck, and the competence of the backcountry safety course we had taken together the previous winter. That version is true. Every fact in it is accurate. What it leaves out is the interior of the 14 minutes I spent under the snow, and what I heard through 3 feet of frozen mountain, and what I understood about love in those 14 minutes that I could not have understood in any other way, and that I have been trying to find language for ever since. My name is Anna Whitmore. I am 41 years old. I live in Denver, Colorado with my husband, Daniel. We have been married for 9 years. We have a 6-year-old daughter named Grace, who is at home with her grandmother on the morning of February the 9th, 2022, when the cornice above the northeast face of a backcountry route in the San Juan Mountains let go and took me with it. Daniel and I had been backcountry skiing together for 6 of our 9 married years. We were not experts. We were competent intermediate skiers with a genuine and mutual passion for the specific, particular silence of ungroomed mountain terrain in winter. The way the snow absorbs sound so completely that the world reduces itself to your breathing and the hiss of your skis in the sky above you. We had taken an avalanche safety course together in January of 2021, which included beacon, probe, and shovel training, and which we had refreshed in the weeks before the February trip with practice sessions in the backyard. We were careful. We assessed the terrain. We carried the right equipment. We had discussed the snowpack forecast the night before, and it had been favorable, and we had made the decision to go based on everything we knew and everything we had prepared. I want to be clear about that, because the temptation in telling a story about a thing that went wrong is to locate the error that caused it and use that error as the story's moral weight. There was no error. The cornice that released was not visible from below. The aspect was not the highest risk aspect on the forecast. We had done everything correctly. The mountains simply did what mountains do when they are carrying more weight than the structure beneath them can hold for 1 more second. And the cornice let go, and I was below it. The sound is not what I want to tell you about. The sound is its own account, and it is over quickly. The crack, the roar, the specific, breathtaking violence of the world becoming white and weightless, and then suddenly, completely, immovably, not. What I want to tell you about is the silence that came after. I came to rest on my left side with my right arm extended above me, and my left arm pinned against my body. The snow around me had set to the consistency of dense concrete in the seconds after the slide stopped, as it always does. Avalanche debris compacts on impact with a speed and completeness that makes any movement impossible almost immediately. I could not move my legs, my left arm, or my torso. I could move my right hand and forearm. I had cleared a small airspace in front of my face in the first 2 seconds after I felt the slide slowing, a reflex from the avalanche training, executed without conscious decision, and that airspace was giving me approximately 10 to 15 minutes of breathable air before the carbon dioxide buildup would begin to affect my cognition. I could not tell which direction was up. This is a specific and particular feature of avalanche burial that the training covers, and that no amount of training fully prepares you for as a physical reality. The snow was everywhere, at every angle, at every pressure, with no variation in texture or weight that my body could translate into directional information. I knew from the training that I was supposed to spit into the airspace in front of my face and observe which direction the saliva fell to determine vertical orientation. I did this. The saliva moved down and to the right. I was on my left side, tilted slightly forward. I was not upside down. I filed this information in the part of my mind that was running the survival protocols, and I moved on. I activated my avalanche beacon. It was already transmitting. It had been transmitting since we set off that morning, as it always was. And I confirmed the transmission, because that was the next protocol step, and protocol was the only ladder I had. Daniel had his beacon set to search mode. He would be scanning. He knew what to do. We had practiced it. The beacon distance at which a probe strike becomes possible is typically a circle of about 3 feet of uncertainty, and then the probe narrows it to the specific point, and then the shuttle. I knew the procedure. I knew how long it took at practice speeds in favorable conditions. I knew that Daniel was above me, and that he was doing exactly what we had trained him to do. I want to tell you what the silence was like, because it is the thing I have been unable to describe adequately in the 3 years since. Not the absence of sound. There is no adequate word for the specific quality of acoustic insulation that 3 feet of dense avalanche debris produces around a buried person. It is not quiet in the way that a quiet room is quiet. It is quiet in the way that the inside of a sealed vault is quiet. The way a space is quiet when every molecule of the environment has been specifically arranged to prevent the transmission of sound. I could hear my own breathing, which was the loudest thing in that space. I could hear my own heartbeat, which was the second loudest. I could hear, occasionally, the small, compressed sounds of the snow settling against itself, tiny percussive adjustments in the material pressing against my back and legs. I could not hear the mountain. I could not hear the wind. I could not hear Daniel. And then, at some point in the first few minutes, I cannot tell you precisely when, because my temporal processing was not reliable in that space, I heard something. Not loud. Not clearly. The way you hear a sound through very thick glass. The way a voice comes through a wall when someone is speaking with their mouth close to it. Compressed, flattened, stripped of its upper frequencies by the mass of snow between us. But shaped. Specifically shaped, with the specific cadence of a voice. Of a specific voice. Of Daniel's voice. He was above me. He was close. He was, I calculated from the proximity of the sound, probably within 6 to 8 feet horizontally, working his beacon. I could not hear words. I could hear the rhythm of speech, and the specific quality that a voice acquires when a person is talking while moving. The pattern of exertion in it, the shortness of the phrases, the way a person speaks when they're working hard at something and talking at the same time. He was calling my name. I could not hear the name, but I knew it was my name. I know Daniel's voice across every register and every condition it has ever produced. And I know with the certainty of 9 years of complete familiarity, the specific cadence of my name in his mouth. He was calling it. Continuously. Not in the panicked rhythm of someone who has lost control of themselves. In the focused, deliberate rhythm of someone who is working a search pattern and calling, so that if his partner can hear him, she will know he is close, and she will know he is coming. I could not call back. The airspace was too small. Any significant exertion would burn through my oxygen faster than the time it bought me. I knew this from the training. I pressed my lips together, and I breathed as slowly as I could manage, and I listened to the flattened, compressed, barely there sound of Daniel's voice through 3 feet of mountain, and I stayed still. I want to tell you about what it is to love someone for 9 years, and to be separated from them by 3 feet of frozen snow, and to know, not believe, not hope, but know, with the specific and bone-level certainty that 9 years of complete knowledge of another person produces, that they are directly above you, and that their entire consciousness in that moment is organized around a single point, that is you, and that the distance between you is 3 feet, and that those 3 feet might as well be the distance between planets for anything either of you can do about it in the next several minutes. I have thought about what he was doing on the surface in those 14 minutes, not as imagination but as reconstruction, because he told me afterward in the specific halting, still processing way that people describe recent trauma, what each of those 14 minutes contained. He had seen me go. He had watched the slide take me from a position 20 meters above my entry point, which gave him the directional vector for the search. He had confirmed his beacon was in search mode before he began moving, because that is what the training says to do first, even when every instinct in a person's body is screaming move, and he had done it because the training was what we had instead of certainty, and he was not going to give up the training. He descended toward the debris field, scanning. He got the first signal at approximately 90 seconds. He followed the gradient. The signal narrowed. He was at his strongest reading. The beacon was showing 0.2 meters when the probe struck snow above my right shoulder, and he felt the specific resistance change that means something solid is down there, something that is not snow. He said, and this is the thing I have returned to more times than anything else in the 3 years since, the moment the probe hit me, he made a sound. He described it as involuntary. Not a word, not a name. A sound. The specific sound that a person makes when something that has been in absolute suspension. Every fear, every calculation, every held breath of the last 9 minutes, releases simultaneously through a single point of the body. He said he did not know he was making it until it was over. He said it did not feel like relief exactly. He said it felt more like the body returning to itself from a place it had gone to survive an interval that was not survivable any other way. I heard it through the snow, compressed, stripped of its upper registers, reduced to its fundamental frequency by the density of 3 feet of avalanche debris. But there. Real. His voice making the sound that meant the probe had found me, which meant he knew where I was, which meant the 14 minutes were almost over. He dug for 4 minutes and 20 seconds. He told me the time because he had been watching his watch from the moment the slide stopped, because the training says to track elapsed burial time, and he had been tracking it since he saw me go under, and he did not stop tracking it until the moment I could breathe open air. 4 minutes and 20 seconds from the probe strike to my face in the cold blue light of a February morning in the San Juan Mountains. I looked up at him, and he was still digging, enlarging the hole, and his face was the specific face of a person who is performing a physical task with absolute concentration while experiencing something so large that the concentration is the only available container for it. He did not say anything. I did not say anything. He got both hands under my arms and he pulled me out of the mountain and he sat down in the snow with me across his lap. And he held on to me the way a person holds on to something they have just been told they are allowed to keep. And I let him, because I was too cold to hold my own weight, and because there was nowhere in the world I had more interest in being. I want to tell you about Anna Conrad, because her story has lived inside me since I found it, in the months after my own experience, and because what happened to her in the Alpine Meadows avalanche of March 1982 is the version of my story where the mountain did not give the person back. Anna was 22 years old when the slide hit the Alpine Meadows ski resort in California, burying her under the wreckage of the Summit Terminal building in a collapsed air pocket that kept her alive for 5 days while rescue teams worked through 90 inches of new snow above her. She survived with severe frostbite after the longest known avalanche burial survival in history. Her boyfriend, Frank Eatman, perished in the same slide. He was with her in that building when it hit. He was right beside her. The mountain kept one of them, and returned the other, and the mechanism by which it made that selection was not love and not courage and not worthiness. It was the specific geometry of where they were standing when the wall came down, and which section of wreckage fell where, and the random, indifferent arithmetic of structural collapse at 3:45 on a Tuesday afternoon in late March. That is the thing about the mountains. That the romantic framing, the mountains are beautiful, the mountains are meaningful. The mountains are the place where the important things happen between two people who love each other, does not account for and cannot contain. The mountains are not a backdrop for human love. They are a physical environment of enormous mass and complete indifference, and they will take whoever is in the wrong position when the weight above them exceeds the structure beneath them. And the calculation has nothing to do with who those people are to each other, or how much they need to be returned. Daniel and I still go into the mountains. This surprises people, and I understand why it surprises them. And I have a true and considered answer for it that I will give you now. We go because the mountains are where we learn the specific, irreplaceable thing that 14 minutes of separation by 3 feet of snow teaches you about another person, the thing that cannot be learned any other way, that no other experience produces with equivalent completeness, that I would not give back even knowing the cost. We go because the mountains are where I heard his voice through the snow, calling my name in the dark, working a search pattern with his hands and his beacon in his 4 minutes and 20 seconds of digging. And I knew, with no ambiguity, no qualifying clause, no hypothetical, that every single thing in him was organized around finding me. You do not learn that about a person over dinner. You do not learn it in the comfortable, unhurried years of a good marriage. You learn it in the specific and unrepeatable classroom of a mountain that has decided to test the load-bearing capacity of everything you have built together, and in the silence of the snow, and in the compressed, flattened, barely there sound of a voice that is calling your name through 3 feet of frozen mountain because it does not know what to do with itself if you are not on the other end of it. Check your beacon before every run. Practice the probe and shovel sequence until it is faster than thinking. Know the snowpack. Know the terrain. Know, with the specific and necessary precision of a person who has been inside the mountain and found their way back out, that the difference between 14 minutes and forever is 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and the quality of your partner's training, and when you find them. When the probe hits and the shovel breaks the surface and the face comes up into the cold blue light of the morning, hold on. The mountain returned them. Hold on. I spent 14 years as a structural engineer on mountain infrastructure projects, bridge supports, retaining walls, avalanche barriers, and if you know anything about that profession, you know it selects for people who deal exclusively in what can be measured, what can be verified, and what can be reproduced under controlled conditions. I do not guess. I do not speculate. And I absolutely do not report things I am not certain of. Everything I am about to tell you, I am certain of. I documented it in real time, in a field notebook, with photographs and GPS timestamps. 4 other people were present for the critical events. All 4 of them have since refused to discuss what happened publicly. 2 of them no longer return my calls. I am telling this story now because I have carried it alone for long enough, and because I believe that people who go into the mountains, for work, for recreation, for any reason at all, deserve to know that something is out there that does not follow the rules of the world we think we understand. This was October of 2017. The Beartooth Range in southern Montana. Elevation roughly 11,000 feet at our camp position. Temperature that first night, negative 14 degrees Fahrenheit, before wind chill. The team was 5 people, myself, the lead engineer, and 4 other specialists. 2 surveyors named Marcus Webb and Owen Griffith, a geotechnical consultant named Dr. Chacchoben, Patricia Holt, and our logistics coordinator, a former Army Ranger named Colonel James Aldred, who handled equipment, communications, and site security. We were there to conduct a preliminary structural assessment of an access road corridor for a proposed expansion to a ski facility, which required us to camp on site for 3 nights due to the distance from the nearest accessible road. It was a standard working expedition. We had done dozens of them. On the second morning, at exactly 3:17 a.m., Colonel Aldred woke the entire camp. I remember the time precisely because my GPS unit, which I had set to alert me at 4 a.m. for the first measurement of the day, was still dark when I opened my eyes. Aldred did not shout. That is the thing I keep coming back to. A man who spent 2 tours in Kandahar and another in Helmand, who I had personally seen walk through a minor rock slide on a previous survey without raising his voice, was standing in the center of the tent with a flashlight in one hand, and his other hand open, palm down, pressing the air in a slow, deliberate gesture, the universal field signal for be still and do not make a sound. We were still. Outside the tent something was walking. I want you to understand the specific quality of that sound. We were at 11,000 feet, in -14 degrees, in dead calm air. No wind, no ambient noise of any kind. The kind of absolute silence that only exists at altitude in winter. The kind of silence that is itself almost a sound. And into that silence something was placing its weight down. Slowly, deliberately, with a stride that was wrong. Not wrong in the sense of irregular or halting. Wrong in the sense of too large. The distance between each impact was wrong. The gap between footfalls was greater than any human stride I have ever heard. Greater than any animal native to that region would produce on packed snow. Each step landed with a low, dense compression that was less a sound and more a vibration. Something you felt in the base of your sternum as much as you heard it with your ears. It walked around the tent. That is what I need you to absorb. It did not pass the tent and continue in a straight line. It walked a circuit, measured, even, and unhurried, the way you might pace around something you are deciding what to do with. Marcus, who was closest to the eastern wall, made eye contact with me across the tent and held up 3 fingers, 3 times around. I watched him track it silently, mouthing the count. 1 full circuit. Pause. 2nd circuit. 3rd circuit. And then it stopped. Not tapered off. Not receded into distance. Stopped. As if a recording had been cut. None of us moved for what I estimated to be about 3 minutes. Then Aldred looked at me, and what I saw in his face was not the expression of a man who was frightened exactly. It was the expression of a man who had added new information to an existing equation, and arrived at an answer that did not make sense. He unzipped his coat pocket, removed his backup sidearm, which he carried on all remote surveys as standard procedure, and nodded toward the tent zipper. We exited together. Aldred, then me, then Owen. Marcus stayed with Dr. Holt. What we found in the snow around the tent made Owen Griffith, a 43-year-old man with a master's degree and 20 years of field work, grab my arm and dig his fingers in hard enough to leave bruises through my jacket. The tracks were bipedal. That was the first thing. 2 feet, not 4, planted one at a time the way a person walks. But they were not a person's tracks. The impression in the snow was roughly 18 inches from heel to toe, and the depth, in snow that had compacted to the consistency of dense styrofoam at that temperature, was 6 inches. For reference, my own boot print in that same snow was just under 2 inches deep. Whatever made those tracks was applying a force to the snow that bore no relationship to any animal that belongs in those mountains. The spacing between prints was approximately 7 feet. In the beam of Aldred's torch, we followed the circuit around the tent, counting 13 separate impressions in the first pass, all uniformly spaced, all uniformly deep, all pointing inward toward the tent wall. Then the tracks stopped. Not at a rock, not at a tree line, not at any feature of the landscape that would explain an abrupt cessation of movement. They simply ended. The last impression was complete. Heel and toe clearly visible. weight distributed forward as though the next step was about to occur, and then there was only undisturbed snow, smooth and continuous in every direction. No compression pattern suggesting a leap. No disturbance suggesting the prints had been backtracked or erased. The snow around the final print, in a radius of about 15 feet, was entirely untouched. Aldred spent 40 minutes examining the surrounding area with his headlamp. He found nothing. I photographed everything. All 13 prints from the first circuit, samples from the second and third, and the terminal print in detail. I have those photographs. I have the GPS coordinates, and I have the timestamps. I submitted them after we returned to a wildlife biologist at the University of Montana, who told me in a politely worded email that the prints were not consistent with any known species in the region, and that she could not offer an explanation. I submitted them to a forensic tracker, a professional used by law enforcement to identify animal prints at crime scenes, who told me, and I am quoting his written assessment directly, that the depth-to-size ratio was outside the parameters of any documented North American fauna, and that the stride interval eliminated all known quadruped and biped candidates. He used the phrase "no basis for identification." He followed it with the phrase, "I would be cautious about returning to that location. I was not the first person to encounter something like this in those mountains." You may know the name David Paulides, the former law enforcement officer who has spent years documenting what he calls missing 411 cases, the pattern of disappearances in national parks and wilderness areas that share an unsettling cluster of similarities. Disappearances near boulder fields and water. Disappearances in good weather by experienced outdoors people. Disappearances where the body, when eventually found, shows no signs of trauma consistent with the terrain. And disappearances where the physical evidence at the scene simply does not add up, where experienced searchers arrive and find tracks leading away from a last known position that end without explanation in open terrain. In Colorado's Rocky Mountains, in the year 1967, a park ranger named Daniel Riley signed out for a solo patrol and never returned. His tracks were found leading away from the ranger station in calm weather with solid snow. Deep, consistent, forward-facing prints, and then they simply stopped in open terrain. The snow was solid. He had not backtracked. No drag marks, no blood, and no other footprints anywhere nearby. No explanation was ever provided. The case remains officially open. I thought about that case a great deal after October of 2017. There is another account I want to mention, because it has never left me, and because the specific detail in it maps too precisely to what we experienced for me to dismiss it as coincidence. In February of 1855, across an enormous stretch of Devon, England, 100 miles of countryside, crossing gardens, rooftops, open fields, and the surfaces of frozen rivers, a single trail of mysterious prints appeared overnight in the snow. The marks appeared in single file, as if made by some two-legged, upright creature walking in a line. The trail stretched across obstacles that should have stopped any animal. Haystacks, rooftops, the frozen surfaces of rivers, crossing them without break or deviation, appearing on the far side without any corresponding approach pattern in the surrounding snow. The spacing of the prints was uniform. The depth of the prints was uniform. And in several locations, documented by multiple witnesses in the morning following the overnight snowfall, the trail simply stopped in open ground with no explanation. The local population called it the Devil's Footprints. Investigators called it unexplained. 170 years later, it remains unexplained. I also thought about the Dyatlov Pass. I suspect you have heard of it. In 1959, a group of 9 experienced hikers died in the Ural Mountains under circumstances that investigators, even after 60 years of study, could only describe as caused by a compelling natural force. Their tent had been cut open from the inside. 9 sets of footprints led away from the tent in the snow, heading toward a tree line, and after 500 meters, those tracks were simply covered and gone, not erased by wind, just absorbed, as though the mountain had decided the record of their passing was no longer necessary. What drove 9 experienced mountain people to cut their way out of a tent in negative 30 degrees Celsius and walk barefoot through the snow has never been adequately explained. But whatever it was, they heard it first. From outside, in the dark. We heard it first too. Now I want to tell you about the owl. It appeared on the morning after the incident, perched on a section of exposed rock about 50 feet from the tent at the edge of the survey area. A great gray owl, large, with that characteristic flat, pale disc of a face and eyes that are disproportionately large even for the species. I have seen great grays before. They move with a fluid, tilting quality, and they respond to a human presence the way all wild things do, with an assessment, a decision, a shift toward the easier choice. This owl did none of that. It was positioned on the rock with its body turned precisely toward me, and it did not move when I approached. Not the micro-adjustments of a perching bird resettling its weight. Not the slow blink of an animal that has decided you are not a threat. It was entirely still, the way something is still, when stillness is the point rather than the byproduct. Its eyes tracked me. That is the only way I can describe it. They tracked, not watched, with a mechanical precision that had nothing of animal reflex in it, more like the movement of a surveillance camera following a subject across a frame. I watched it for several minutes. It did not blink once. When Marcus came to stand beside me, it rotated its head, very slowly, to include him in its field of view. When Owen joined us, it rotated again. Each time, the movement was too deliberate, too measured, like something that had learned the motion rather than been born to it. I took a photograph. When I reviewed the photograph that evening, something about the image unsettled me in a way I could not immediately name. And then I realized what it was. In the photo, the owl is positioned at the precise midpoint between two large boulders, perfectly centered, the way a subject is positioned in a frame by someone who knows what they are doing. It did not look like a bird that had chosen a comfortable perch. It looked like something that had chosen a position. It was gone by noon. I did not see it again until the evening of our third day. When I was packing equipment near the tree line, I looked up and it was there, in the branches of a scrub pine at the edge of the camp boundary, at roughly the same distance as the morning before. Its face turned directly toward me, same absolute stillness, same flat mechanical attention. I looked away to pick up a piece of gear, and when I looked back, it was gone. No sound of wings, no disturbance in the branches, just gone the way the footprints had been gone. We packed out on the fourth morning. I want to be honest with you about the state we were in. Aldred had barely slept. Patricia had not spoken more than 15 words since the night of the incident. Marcus submitted his survey data and then resigned from the company 3 weeks later. I found out through a mutual contact he did not call me to tell me himself. Owen still works in the field, but when I brought up the Beartooth survey at an industry conference 2 years later, he looked at me for a long moment with an expression that I can only describe as a request to drop the subject. And I dropped it. What I want to say, in closing, is this. I have no explanation for what we experienced. I have physical evidence, photographs, GPS data, a written assessment from a professional tracker that something was in that camp on the night of the 2nd, circling the tent in the dark at 3:17 a.m. at negative 14 degrees, in a place where nothing with a stride interval of 7 feet and a footprint depth of 6 inches should exist. I have a pattern of similar documented incidents stretching back over a century and a half, across multiple continents, involving trained observers and physical evidence that consistently eludes explanation. What I do not have is a name for it. I do not know what it is. I do not know what I want it standing outside that tent in the dark, walking its measured circuits, and then simply ceasing to exist in the open snow. I do not know whether the owl was connected to it, or was only the thing my brain reached for when it needed to attach the feeling of being watched to something with a face. What I know is this. Whatever made those tracks in the snow around our tent was aware of us. It circled us with purpose and with patience in the coldest dark I have ever sat inside. It was not confused or wandering. It was not frightened off by our presence. It stopped when it chose to stop, and it left when it chose to leave. And it did so without leaving any evidence that it had ever existed, except for the prints that ended in undisturbed snow. The mountains are not empty. I will tell you that much without hesitation. They are full of something that has no interest in being understood, something that watches the lights of a small camp from the dark outside, and walks its circles slowly, deliberately, and without any apparent hurry at all. Whatever you think you know about what lives above the tree line, revise it. I did. Trust what you hear in the dark. Document everything. And if you wake at 3 in the morning to footsteps circling your tent, and the sound is too large, and the space between each step is too long, do not unzip the door. Do not go out. Wait for dawn, and then look at what the snow remembers. I need to start with the sound, not her voice, not her scream. The sound after, the sound that replaced everything else, that has replaced everything else in the 2 years since, that I hear now instead of silence, the way some people hear a ringing in their ears after a loud concert that never fully goes away. It was a splash. Small. Smaller than you would expect. Smaller than the sound of a dropped plate. Smaller than the sound of a car door closing. The Mediterranean is a vast and ancient body of water, and the sound that my wife made when she entered it was barely anything at all. My name is Martin Hale. I am 44 years old. I live alone in a 2-bedroom house in Knoxville, Tennessee. And I am posting this because I've told it to 2 therapists and a grief counselor and a priest, and a man I met at a support group for widowers in the fall of 2022, and none of them believed me. And all of them very gently and very carefully suggested that what I was experiencing was the mind's way of processing loss, which is perhaps true, and which does not explain what I saw at the railing. Caroline went overboard on a Tuesday evening in July of 2015. We were sailing between islands in the Greek archipelago, and the water was flat and black, and the moon was full, and she wanted to photograph the reflection, and the railing was 3 inches shorter than it was required to be, and Caroline was 5 feet and 8 inches tall, and she leaned out over it to get the shot, and the ship moved, and she was gone. I have given this account many times. I know it well. The ship circled for 7 hours. They did not find her. They never found her. The body of my wife is somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea, and I do not know how deep, and I have spent 2 years trying not to think about that too precisely. The cruise line settled. There is a number attached to that settlement which I will not say out loud because saying it makes me feel like I have sold something. There was also an offer, made through attorneys, of a complimentary voyage on the same ship to any destination of my choosing, as a gesture of goodwill, which is a phrase I have thought about a great deal since, and which I believe is the most cynical combination of 2 words in the English language. I did not accept it for 18 months. I accepted it in the end because Caroline's sister Margaret told me, quietly and carefully, that I needed to do something, that I needed to stop sitting in the house in Knoxville, that I needed to move through the world in some direction other than inward, and because Margaret has not been wrong about anything in the 20 years I have known her. I booked a 7-night Mediterranean sailing. Different ports, same ship. I want to be honest about my state of mind when I boarded. I was not well. I was not in crisis, not in the clinical sense, but I was not well in the way that a man who has spent 18 months in the same house, in the same grief, in the same loop of memory and guilt, and the same small splash playing on repeat behind his sternum, is not well. I was functional. I was upright. I was boarding a ship that I had last left with my wife's hand in mine, and I was doing it alone, and I was doing it because Margaret said I should, and because the alternative was another winter in Knoxville going through Caroline's things very slowly, 1 drawer at a time, and I could not do another winter like that. They gave me a different cabin. I had asked for that specifically in writing through the attorneys. I was in a starboard cabin on the 9th deck, not the port cabin on the 7th where Caroline and I had stayed, Same balcony design. Different view. I stood on it the first evening and looked at the water and felt nothing, except a blankness that I had come to understand was not the absence of feeling, but the presence of too much of it, compressed into something that no longer had a texture, like a sound that has been played so loud it becomes white noise. The crow was on the railing when I woke up the second morning. I want to describe it precisely, because the precision is the only thing I have to offer in place of an explanation. It was large and entirely black, the way crows are black, not dark gray, but the particular black that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. That seems to exist at a different layer of the visible world than everything around it. It was perched on the outer edge of the balcony railing, facing away from me, facing the sea. Its feet were wrapped around the top bar of the railing. The same bar, the same gauge, the same height as the railing on the port balcony on the 7th deck where my wife had stood, and it was perfectly, completely still. Not still in the way that birds are still when they land and orient. Still in the way that a thing is still when it has been still for a very long time, as if stillness is its natural condition, and motion would be the aberration. I stood at the glass door for a long time, watching it from inside, and it did not move. I slid the door open and stepped out, and it did not move. I crossed the balcony to within 3 feet of it, and it did not move. And then it turned its head. Not quickly. Not with the rapid, decisive movement of a bird reacting to a stimulus. Slowly, with a deliberateness that I have only seen in things that are thinking about what they are doing, that are making a choice. It turned its head and it looked at me with one black eye. And I am going to tell you something about that eye that I know sounds like the thing a grieving man tells himself in the dark. The eye was not an animal eye. An animal eye reflects. An animal eye has depth, has the wet liquid quality of a living surface catching light. This eye was flat, black and flat, the way a hole is flat, the way an opening in something is flat, and when I looked into it I had the specific and absolute sensation that something on the other side of it was looking back. I went back inside. I closed the door. I sat on the edge of the bed for a long time. The crow was there the next morning, and the morning after that, always on the railing, always facing the sea, always turning once, slowly, to look at me with that single flat eye before I went back inside. I began to understand by the 4th day that it was not behaving like a crow that had found a food source or a roosting spot. It was not investigating the balcony. It was not interested in anything on the balcony. It was interested in the water. It was oriented toward the water with the specific, patient intentionality of something that is waiting for something to happen out there, or waiting for someone to come out there with it. On the 5th night, I could not sleep. This is not unusual for me. Sleep and I have had a difficult relationship since the Tuesday in July 2 years ago. But this was different. This was not the ordinary insomnia of a grieving man. This was something more active, something that had the quality of being summoned, of being pulled, the way you feel pulled toward the edge of a high place. Not because you want to fall, but because something in the physics of height and depth is calling to you in a language below the level of conscious thought. I got up. I went to the balcony door. The crow was there. Midnight, mid-Mediterranean, and it was on the railing in the dark, facing the water. And the moon was full, and the water below was flat and black, and the reflection of the moon on it was perfectly round and perfectly still. And I stood at the door, and I looked past the crow at the water, and I am going to tell you what I saw. I am going to tell you calmly and precisely, and I am going to tell you that I was awake, that I had not taken anything, that I was standing in the doorway of a brightly lit cabin and looking at the water below a cruise ship in the Greek archipelago, and that what I saw was this. There was something in the water. At the edge of the moon's reflection, where the light fell away into black, something was there. Not breaking the surface, not above the surface, just visible at the boundary, at the threshold where the illuminated water became something else entirely, A shape, the shape of a person, face down, moving very slowly, not with the motion of a current or a drift, but with the deliberate directed motion of something that knows where it is going, moving toward the ship. I do not know how long I stood there. I know that the crow did not move. I know that the shape in the water did not stop. I know that at some point I became aware that the shape had reached the hull of the ship, directly below me, and that I was leaning out over the railing. The railing. The same height, the same gauge, the same cold metal under my hands. And that the drop below me was the same drop, and the water below was the same water. And I was leaning forward, and the crow turned its head and looked at me with that flat black eye, and that was the moment I understood what it had been waiting for. I went back inside. I locked the door. I sat on the floor with my back against the bed, and I did not move until a light came. I did not go back on the balcony for the rest of the cruise. I did not look out at the water. I ate in my cabin, watched television. I did not process, and counted the hours until the port in Naples, where I disembarked 2 days early and took a flight home. I have thought about what I saw every day since. I have thought about the shape in the water and the crow on the railing, and my hands on the cold metal, and the quality of being pulled in that particular direction. I have thought about the George Smith case, which I found while researching cruise disappearances in the months after Caroline died. The young man on his honeymoon in the Mediterranean, the blood found on the canopy below the cabin, the case that was closed before it was ever properly opened. I have thought about the hundreds of people who have gone over railings on ships like this one, and about what the water looked like to them in that last second, and about whether the water looked back. I have thought about whether what I saw was my wife, and I have thought about whether the crow on the railing, that patient and deliberate and flat-eyed thing, was something that loved her, or something that was using her, and whether there is, in the dark water of the deep Mediterranean, a meaningful difference between those two things. I booked the cruise because Margaret told me I needed to move through the world in some direction other than inward. She was right, and I am home now, and I am moving, and the direction I chose is away from the water, as far from it as Tennessee allows, and I keep the curtains drawn at night, and I do not look at photographs of the sea. Some bodies of water, I believe, do not give back what they are given. Some things offered to the deep are kept in the deep, and they wait in the dark at the boundary where light ends. And sometimes, if you stand at a railing in the moonlight and look down at the place where your grief lives, what you have lost looks back, and the thing on the railing waits to see what you will do about it. Do not look over railings at night. Do not lean out toward reflections on dark water, and if you find a bird on the railing of your balcony at sea, perfectly still, facing the water, waiting, go back inside. Close the door. Do not go back. I need to start with a comment, because the comment is where everything that happened to me began. Not the cave itself, and not the mountain. The comment, written by a stranger with no name attached, posted in response to a video I had uploaded 3 weeks before I went back. 7 words. I have stared at those 7 words so many times in the years since that they have lost their individual meaning and become a single unit of language. The way a word repeated over and over eventually stops sounding like a word. 7 words from a person I will never identify, who has never reached out to me, who posted them and presumably moved on with their life, and probably does not remember writing them. The comment read, "You already know where the door is. I am going to tell you everything." But that is where it starts. My name is Ellen Marsh. I am 38 years old, and I live in Asheville, North Carolina. I have been hiking the southern Appalachians on and off since I was 17 years old, and I have been doing it solo since my early 20s, after I realized that hiking with other people meant walking at their pace and stopping at their places of interest, and having conversations I was not always interested in having. I am not antisocial. I am precise about how I spend my attention, which is a different thing. Solitude on a trail suits me. I have done solo overnights in the Great Smokies more times than I can count, and section hikes on the Appalachian Trail from Georgia to Virginia, and a dozen backcountry routes in the Pisgah National Forest that do not appear on any trail map available to the general public. I know how to move in that landscape. I know its specific language, the way the light falls differently when a storm is coming, the particular quality of silence that means you are close to water even when you cannot yet hear it, the precise texture of soil on a steep slope that tells you whether a root will hold your weight or release it. I know these things well enough that when I found the entrance, I knew immediately it was not a standard feature of that terrain. This was in October of 2019. I was on an unmarked route in a section of the Nantahala National Forest that I had mapped myself over the course of 2 previous visits, roughly 14 miles from the nearest trailhead, at an elevation of approximately 5,400 feet. I had been moving since dawn, and was planning to make camp on a ridge I had used twice before. Another hour and a half of travel from my position. The entrance was in the face of a granite outcropping at the edge of a dry streambed, partially obscured by a dense growth of mountain laurel that would have been nearly invisible to anyone who had not spent 3 years mapping that specific corridor of forest. I want to describe the shape, because the shape is important, and because I know how it sounds, and I am asking you to stay with me. The entrance was roughly 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide at the base, narrowing toward the top in a way that was not a smooth arch, but rather 2 distinct diagonal lines meeting at a central peak. The left side rose steeply, and the right side rose less steeply, so that the overall profile was asymmetric. It was not a perfect letter, but it was close enough that I stood at the edge of the laurel thicket and looked at it for a long time and thought, without choosing to think it, that it looked like something a person had decided to make look like a letter, the way you look at a natural rock formation and see a face. Except that this was sharper than that, more structured, more committed to the shape. I took photographs. I posted one of them 2 days later to a small hiking community forum I had been a member of for several years. My caption was neutral and descriptive. Unmarked entrance, Nantahala section, Appalachian granite formation. Photographed October 9th. I deliberately did not describe the shape in the caption because I was not sure whether what I was seeing was real or projection, and I wanted to see what other people saw without prompting. Within 48 hours, the post had more responses than anything I had previously shared on that forum. The overwhelming majority of respondents saw the shape. They named it immediately, unprompted, in the first sentence of their comments. Most of them then asked me whether I had gone inside. I had not. I had stood at the entrance for a long time. I cannot tell you exactly how long, because in retrospect my memory of the specific duration of that moment is less reliable than my memory of everything before and after it. And I had not gone inside, not because I was afraid exactly, because of a feeling in my chest and hands that I had not experienced before in that landscape, a feeling that is difficult to name accurately, and that I have since spent a great deal of time trying to name, and the closest I have come is this. It was the feeling of standing in front of something that was paying attention to you before you arrived. The sensation of being expected. I posted about that too. The sensation. I described it as precisely as I could. And I asked whether anyone else had experienced something similar in that type of geological formation, and whether there was a known natural explanation for the quality of attention I had felt. That is when the comment appeared. I want to be transparent about something. The person who posted that comment was not the only person who responded that way. There were perhaps a dozen variations of it from different accounts, none of which I could verify as belonging to real people with real names and real identities, rather than temporary accounts created for a single interaction. The variations all said the same thing in different words. Go back. Go in. Find out what it is. Document it. You have already found it once, so you can find it again. Some of them were aggressive, some were flattering, framing my apparent reluctance as timidity in a way that was calculated to activate the specific mechanism of a person who has spent 20 years proving to themselves that they are not afraid of the dark. Some were simply curious in the genuine way that people are curious about things they will never personally have to risk. The way curiosity is easy when the skin at stake is not yours. I ignored all of them except the one. The 7-word one. Because that one was different in a way I have never been able to fully articulate. And because, and I am being completely honest about this, it was true. I did already know where the door was. I had mapped that section of forest for 3 years. I had the photographs. I had the GPS coordinates, which I had logged automatically on my device. I could find the entrance again in the dark, if I had to. The person who wrote that comment had no way of knowing that. They could not have known how precisely accurate those 7 words were. And yet, I went back on the 23rd of October, 2 weeks after the first visit. I left my car at the same access point, hiked the same route, arrived at the granite outcropping at approximately 1 in the afternoon. The entrance was exactly as I had left it. The mountain laurel still dense around it, the granite still dark and faintly damp, the shape still shaped the way it was shaped. I stood outside it for a long time. Then I went in. What I am going to describe now, I have told to 3 people in the 5 years since it happened. 2 of them believed me. One of them is a geologist who provided me, after several conversations, with a partial framework that helped me understand the mechanism, if not the full weight of what I experienced. None of them have asked me to make it public. I am making it public because I have stopped sleeping through the night, and I have been told by a therapist I trust that the reason I am not sleeping is because I am keeping this inside a container that is too small for it, and that the container will eventually fail whether I choose to open it or not. So I am opening it. The interior of the cave was, for the first 30 or 40 feet, entirely standard. Granite walls, irregular floor, the specific compressed smell of stone that has been sealed from moving air for a long time. I had my headlamp on its highest setting. The passage narrowed slightly but remained navigable, and I moved carefully, testing each footfall before committing weight. I have been in dozens of caves in the Appalachians. I know how to read an underground passage, how to identify where the ceiling has fractured, where the floor is unstable, where water has moved through rock and left it hollow in ways the surface does not reveal. I was reading a passage as I moved. Everything I read told me it was safe. Approximately 60 feet in, the vibration started. I want to be careful about how I describe this, because the word vibration does not quite reach it, and because the inadequacy of the word is itself part of what disturbed me. It began in my hands, a fine, high-frequency trembling in the tissue between the bones of my fingers, as if the stone I was touching were transmitting a signal my nervous system was designed to receive, but had never previously been given. It was not painful. It was not loud. It was the kind of sensation that is, in itself, entirely manageable, the kind you might dismiss as a muscle tremor or a response to cold or the residual shakiness of a hard day's hiking, except for what it did to the rest of my body in the seconds after it began, because within perhaps 10 seconds of feeling it in my hands, it was in my chest, in my sternum, specifically, the flat plate of bone at the front of the ribcage that I now know, from conversations with the geologist, is one of the structures in the human body most sensitive to low-frequency resonance. And within another 10 seconds, it was in my skull. And then it was in my thoughts. I want to be as precise as possible about this, because it is the part that I could not explain for the longest time, and the part that the geologist's framework eventually helped me understand. And it is also the part that is hardest to say without sounding like a person who should not be trusted. The vibration, once it reached my skull, did not feel like a physical sensation in my skull. It felt like a change in the quality of my thinking, not a loss of cognition. I was fully aware, fully oriented, fully capable of basic function. It was more like a change in the temperature of my thoughts. The thoughts I had been having, methodical, spatial, concerned with footing and passage width and headlamp battery life, did not stop. But something underneath them changed, something that is always in the background of a person's experience of a dark, enclosed space, the low, background frequency of caution, The body's constant low-level assessment of threat, that background changed its character. Not louder, not more urgent, more intimate, directed, like someone had moved the source of it from the general environment to a point directly behind my left ear. I stopped moving. I stood still in the passage with my hands against the walls, and I counted my breaths until the counting itself had steadied the vibration into something I could carry. This took approximately 4 minutes. I know because I checked my watch when I stopped and checked it again when I began moving. I went another 40 feet, then I stopped again, and this time it was not because of the vibration. It was because of the sound. Not a loud sound, not a dramatic sound, a sound that, heard in any other context, in any surface environment, under any circumstances other than standing alone in a cave at 5,000 feet in October in a passage that was not on any map, would not have raised the hair on my arms. A low, rhythmic sound. Patient and deliberate and very slightly wet, the specific quality of sound that a large, slow breath produces in a narrow space, from ahead of me, from the dark that my headlamp had not yet reached. I want to tell you that I ran. I want to tell you that my training and experience and 20 years of good judgment in difficult terrain immediately produced the correct response, and I turned around and moved efficiently toward the jaws. Entrance and exited the cave without incident. What I actually did was stand very still for a long time with my headlamp pointed at the dark ahead of me, and my hands still against the walls. And I listened to that sound, and I found that the vibration in my skull had changed again, had moved from the background, directed quality I described earlier, to something more specific, something that I will call, because it is the most accurate language I have, a feeling of being known, not recognized, not anticipated, known, the way you know someone's voice in the dark before they speak, from its specific texture and rhythm, the way a body knows another body even in the absence of any particular identifying feature. Something in that dark was breathing, and the vibration in my skull was resonating at the same frequency as that breath. And in the part of me that exists below language and below decision and below every framework I have ever constructed for understanding what is real and what is not, something was communicating. I turned around. I walked out. I did not run because my legs were shaking badly enough that running would have put me on the floor of the passage and falling in a cave. You have no map of as a problem you cannot easily resolve. I walked out with my hands on the walls and my headlamp forward and the sound behind me, maintaining its rhythm without change, without acceleration, without any indication that whatever was producing it had any interest in the distance I was placing between us. It was not following me. It was simply there, in the dark, doing what it was doing, which was breathing with a patience and a steadiness that suggested it had been doing exactly this for a very long time, and that my arrival and departure were events that fell well below the threshold of things worth adjusting for. I've not gone back. What the geologist told me, after I described the vibration in detail and sent her my GPS coordinates and the photographs, was this. There are cave systems in the Appalachian granite belt that contain what geologists call resonance chambers. Natural formations whose dimensions produce standing acoustic waves when air moves through them in specific conditions. These waves can be in the infrasonic range, below human hearing, but fully receivable by human tissue, and their effects on the nervous system at close range are documented and include exactly what I described: trembling in extremities, sternal vibration, altered cognitive affect, sensations of directed attention and emotional intimacy. She said the specific geometry of the entrance, the asymmetric angular profile, the two diagonal lines meeting at a peak, is consistent with a formation that acts as a concentrating lens for sound waves entering or exiting the chamber, funneling them into a focused beam at exactly the point where a person would stand when entering. She said the breathing sound was most likely a deep wind current moving through a lower passage, shaped by the chamber geometry into a rhythm that approximated respiration. She said this with the careful, measured voice of a person who is giving me the most accurate framework she has, and who knows that the framework is true. and who also knows that the truth of the framework does not fully account for what it felt like to stand in the dark of that passage and feel known by something that had no face and no name, and had been in the dark of that mountain for longer than the mountain had been named. I deleted the forum post. I deleted the original photograph. I deleted the comment. The 7 words. I deleted all of it. And for approximately 6 months, I told myself that the deleting was the end of it. It was not the end of it. It has not been the end of it. 5 years later, I wake at 2 or 3 in the morning in my apartment in Asheville, and I lie in the specific dark of a bedroom where I know every feature and every sound and every ordinary explanation for every ordinary creak, and I feel the vibration in my hands first, then my sternum, then, just at the edge of cognition, just below the threshold of language, that quality of directedness, of something behind my left ear that is not a sound and not a thought, and is not afraid of the dark because it has been in the dark since before anyone alive had a word for dark. I want to tell you that I think the geologist's framework is correct. I believe the vibration has a physical cause, and the breathing had a physical cause, and the sensation of being known was a neurological response to infrasonic stimulation in an enclosed space under conditions of mild stress. I believe all of this. I hold all of this. And I also lie awake at 2 in the morning and feel it in my hands, in my chest, behind my left ear. And I know, in the part of me that is below belief and below framework and below every rational structure I have ever built to stand between myself and the part of the world that does not care whether I can explain it, that something in that mountain knows I came to its door, knows I heard it, knows I turned around, and is, very patiently, still there. A 47-year-old man named Kenneth Alton Veach disappeared in November of 2014 in the Sheep Mountains of Nevada, 40 miles north of Las Vegas. While searching for a cave he described as having an entrance, shaped like a perfect capital letter. He said that when he approached the entrance, his whole body vibrated. He said the closer he got, the worse the vibrating became. He said he ran. He went back twice more. He was never found. His cell phone was discovered near an abandoned mine shaft. His car was at the trailhead. No other trace of him has ever been located. The case remains open. Do not delete your comment. Do not go back. Do not stand at the entrance and wait for your hands to stop shaking, telling yourself the shaking will stop if you just wait long enough. It will stop. That is the part I want you to understand clearly. The shaking stops, and that is when you should be most afraid. I want to tell you about the last good day first, because it was so completely, perfectly good, that even now, 4 years later, it still sits in my memory like something laminated, sealed, preserved, untouchable by what came after it. We woke before dawn in the backcountry permit camp at the base of the northern approach. Daniel had made coffee on the small camp stove while I was still in my sleeping bag, and he brought it to me without being asked, which was something he had done every morning for 7 years, and which I had, in the particular lazy way, you stop noticing the things that are most constant. Stopped consciously appreciating. The Tetons were beginning to appear in the pre-dawn dark, not visible yet, exactly, but present, the way enormous things are present even when you cannot see them, their weight displacing the air differently, the stars at the ridgeline cutting off in a straight line where the rock began. Daniel sat on a boulder with his coffee and watched the light come up, and I watched him watch it. And the specific quality of that moment, his profile against the coming light, the steam from both our cups rising in the cold still air, the mountains assembling themselves out of the dark one feature at a time, is the last image I have of the world before it changed. My name is Caroline Aldred. I am 34 years old. I live in Bozeman, Montana, where I moved after leaving the apartment. Daniel and I shared in Jackson for 4 years. I moved because every street in Jackson contained something that made the specific structural grief of what happened feel less like grief. and more like a recurring injury, the kind that heals on the surface and reopens when you press it. Bozeman is different enough. I can be in the mountains here without being in those mountains. It is not a complete solution. It is the best available one. I am writing this because I have been asked, in various ways and by various people, to describe what happened on the northern approach of the Grand Teton on the 28th of August, 2021. I have been asked by Daniel's family, who deserve an account they can hold. I have been asked by the Park Service, who received a formal statement, but not the full version of it. And I have been asked, and the way you ask yourself things at 3 in the morning when the only available audience is the part of your mind that will not let the question go, by myself. What happened? What I should have done differently? Whether love and judgment can exist in a person simultaneously, and what happens when the mountain forces you to choose between them? I will tell you everything. Daniel and I had been engaged for 8 months when we planned the Teton climb. We had done the approach twice before, though we had turned back both times before reaching the upper saddle. Once because of weather, once because I had developed a blister severe enough to affect my gait on the descent, which is a danger I was not willing to manage on the exposed upper section. We were not technical climbers. The standard Owen Spaulding route is a Class 3 scramble above the lower saddle, which means it requires hands and feet, but not specialized gear. It is the most heavily traveled route on the Grand Teton, and the route on which most non-technical climbers attempt the summit. We had prepared for it for 8 months with a training plan that Daniel had developed with the help of a climbing coach in Jackson. We were ready. The morning of the 28th was clear. The forecast was clear. The forecast called for continued clear conditions through noon, with a possible afternoon buildup of thunderstorm activity typical for that time of year at that elevation, which is standard summer mountain weather in Wyoming, and which we had planned around by targeting a summit window of between 9 and 10 a.m. and a descent to the lower saddle before any afternoon storm could develop. This was the correct plan. It was well designed, conservatively timed, and appropriate for our skill level. I want to be precise about this, because it matters. We made good decisions on the morning of the 28th of August. Everything we planned was right. We reached the lower saddle at 6:45 a.m. The light was extraordinary. The specific, sharp-edged, high-altitude morning light that exists nowhere else in the world, at least nowhere I have been. The kind that makes the rock look like it was cut rather than formed. All edge and shadow and the specific reddish gold that igneous rock produces when the sun hits it at low angles. Daniel had the ring in his pack. I did not know this yet. I found out later from the pack inventory I conducted at the hospital. The methodical and necessary task of cataloging what had been with us on that mountain. A small box, velvet covered, in the inner zip pocket beside his emergency contact card. He had planned to propose on the summit. He had told my sister, who had not told me, because he had asked her not to. He had been carrying that box for 8 months. Since the night we booked the permits. I am telling you this because you need to understand what the mountain was to him. Before I tell you what it did to him, the first sign appeared at the base of the upper saddlehead wall, at approximately 8,050 meters of elevation, at around 9:15 a.m. Daniel stopped climbing. He did not stop dramatically. There was no collapse, no sudden incapacity. He simply stopped and pressed one hand flat against the rock face and stood very still. I was 3 feet above him on the route, and I climbed back down to his level and asked if he was all right. He said he had a headache. He said it with the particular minimizing tone that people use when they are experiencing something they do not want to be experiencing and are hoping that saying it out loud at low volume will prevent it from becoming serious. I asked him to rate the pain. He said 4 out of 10. I asked him to look at me. He looked at me. His pupils were uneven, not dramatically uneven, not the kind of asymmetry that produces an immediate, obvious alarm response. Subtly uneven, the kind of thing you might not notice in different light, or in a person whose eyes you had not spent 7 years memorizing. I noticed because I knew his eyes. I knew exactly how they looked. And I knew that what I was looking at was not how they looked. I need to tell you something about what I did in the next 4 minutes, because those 4 minutes are the ones I have returned to more times than I can count, and the ones I will return to for the rest of my life, and the ones in which, if I am being precise and honest about it, I made the decision that I cannot undo. I knew what unequal pupils at altitude meant. I am not a medical professional, but I had done the research. I always research the risks associated with routes I am planning to climb, and high-altitude cerebral edema is on every list of Teton climb hazards, and I knew that its presentations include severe headache, altered cognition, loss of coordination, and, in a small percentage of presentations, pupil asymmetry caused by pressure on the cranial nerve. I knew this. I stood on that rock face with my hands on Daniel's face, and I looked at his unequal pupils, and I knew what I was looking at. And Daniel looked back at me, and he said, "We are so close." He said it quietly, not as an argument, not as pressure, just as a fact. A statement of position. We are so close. The summit was perhaps 40 minutes above us. The ring was in his pack. He had been planning this for 8 months. I said, "We need to go down." He said, 15 minutes. Let me sit for 15 minutes and see if it improves. And I said yes. I want to be very clear. I said yes, not because I was coerced, and not because I was unable to identify the correct action. I said yes because I loved him with the specific, bone-deep quality of love that has been given 7 years to become structural, to become load-bearing, to become the framework inside which every decision is made. I said yes because of his face when he said we are so close, and because of the ring in his pack that I did not know about yet. But that was there, that existed. That was the entire reason the mountain had this particular meaning to him on this particular day. I said yes, because love, at its full strength, at its most complete and most real, is not compatible with optimal decision-making in a medical emergency. That is the thing that no one tells you. That is the specific horror of what the mountain does to a couple who love each other the way we loved each other. It does not attack you. It simply waits for the moment when the love is stronger than the judgment, and then it presents you with a choice, and you choose the love. The way a good person chooses love, the way you would choose love again if you had the chance, even knowing what comes after. We sat for 15 minutes. The headache did not improve. The pupil asymmetry was the same. At 9:32 a.m., I told Daniel we were descending, and I did not ask this time. I helped him clip into his harness, and I began the descent with his hand in mine, and he was able to move. He was functional. He was present and aware and talking. The cognitive symptoms were mild at that point. The headache was the dominant complaint. And I was telling myself that the descent would normalize things, that the reduction in elevation would relieve the pressure, that we had caught it early. We had caught it early. That part was true. What I did not account for was the speed at which high-altitude cerebral edema can progress in the window between early presentation and crisis. And what I did not account for was the time the descent would require from that elevation. And what I did not account for was that Daniel's presentation was already further along than he was communicating, because the specific and terrible irony of cerebral edema is that the pressure on the brain that causes the symptoms also impairs the sufferer's ability to accurately assess how bad those symptoms are. He fell at 10:04 a.m., not a long fall. A stumble on a loose section of screed the upper saddle transition, a section I had noted as requiring care on the approach, a section that at full cognitive function Daniel would have navigated without incident. He went down on his left side. He hit the rock face and stopped himself with his right hand, and I was to his left, and I grabbed his harness and we stopped. He was on the ground. He looked up at me. He said, "I am sorry." He said, "I am sorry." On the rock face of the Grand Teton, at 10:04 in the morning, with the light still extraordinary and the Teton still cutting the sky, the way they always cut the sky and the ring in his pack and the summit, 40 minutes above us where he had planned to give it. To me, he looked up at me and said, "I am sorry," and I held his harness and told him that there was nothing to be sorry for, and I activated my emergency satellite communicator with my free hand, and I called for a helicopter evacuation. Search and rescue reached us at 11:47 a.m. In the hour and 43 minutes between the fall and their arrival, I kept Daniel conscious and as still as I could manage on that section of slope, with his head slightly elevated, talking to him, keeping him with me, doing the things the wilderness first aid training I had completed 18 months earlier told me to do, and doing them with the methodical, focused attention of a person who has decided that attention is the only useful thing they have left to offer. He drifted in and out. Where he was present, he talked about things that were not the mountain. He talked about the apartment in Jackson, about a restaurant we had eaten at on our third date, about a dog we had discussed getting and never gotten. He talked about my sister, whom he loved. He talked about my hands, which he was holding. He did not talk about the summit. I think he understood, somewhere below the impaired cognition, that the summit was not something either of us needed to visit just then. He spent 8 days in the ICU at the hospital in Jackson. The diagnosis was high-altitude cerebral edema with secondary intracranial hypertension. His neurosurgeon told me, in the careful language of a professional who is being accurate without being brutal, that the outcome would have been significantly worse if I had not initiated evacuation when I did, and significantly better if I had initiated evacuation 15 minutes earlier. He did not mean this as a judgment. He was providing clinical information. I received it as a judgment anyway, because I was the one who had said yes to the 15 minutes, and I was the one who knew what I knew when I said it. Daniel survived. I want to say that clearly, because I know that the way I have been building this account suggests otherwise, and I do not want to be the reason anyone carries that weight for the length of this story when it is not the truth. He survived. He spent 4 weeks in rehabilitation. He has a minor residual deficit in his peripheral vision on the right side that his ophthalmologist describes as stable and non-progressive. He is alive. He is well. He is, as of last month, hiking again on trails appropriate to his current profile, with a physician's clearance and a conservative approach to elevation gain that he has adopted without complaint. He proposed eventually, not on a mountain. In the kitchen of the apartment in Jackson, on an ordinary Tuesday morning, with coffee on the stove and no particular plan for the day, he got down on one knee on the kitchen tile, and I said yes before he had finished the sentence, and the ring was the same ring that had been in the inner zip pocket of his pack on the Grand Teton, and which I had catalogued in the hospital and given to his mother for safekeeping, and which she had returned to him when he was ready. I left Jackson 6 months after that, not because of Daniel. Because of the mountains. Because every time I drove north on the highway and the Tetons came into view above the valley, I felt the specific physical quality of the 15 minutes, which is not guilt exactly, because guilt implies you would have done differently, and I am not certain I would have done differently. And it is not grief, because the outcome was not loss. It is something else, something that has no precise name in any language I know, which is the sensation of having been inside the exact moment where love and judgment were in direct opposition, and of having understood, completely and without any ambiguity, which one was stronger. The mountain did not kill Daniel. The mountain offered us a window in which I had to choose between moving immediately and staying 15 minutes because he asked me to with his face, and I chose the face. That is the whole of it. That is the romantic horror of the mountains. The specific terror that is not in any trail map or any weather forecast or any wilderness medicine course that has ever been designed. It is not the storm, and it is not the fall, and it is not the cold. It is the moment when the person you are standing next to on a rock face at 9,000 feet is also the reason you might stay 15 minutes too long, and the mountain knows this about you before you do, and it is patient, and it waits. I am writing this because couples go into the mountains together every day. They go because the mountains are beautiful, and because beauty shared is something that accumulates between two people, and becomes structural, becomes part of the architecture of a relationship, becomes the kind of memory that holds things together in difficult seasons. I understand this. I know exactly why couples go into the mountains together. I was one of them. What I want to say, to every person who has ever held someone's hand on an exposed ridge and felt the specific softness of that hand as a separate thing from the rock and the cold and the wind, is this: there's a version of love that is so complete that it temporarily suspends your access to your own best judgment. This is not a weakness. It is, in fact, one of the most human things that exists. But the mountain does not care that it is human. The mountain does not adjust for love. The mountain applies the same pressure to a couple as it applies to a solo climber. And the couple has one additional variable that the solo climber does not. One variable that is not in any risk assessment and not on any safety checklist. The variable is that they would rather stay. Trust your first read of the symptoms. Do not negotiate with the mountain for 15 minutes. Do not look at the face of the person you love, and choose the face over the descent. Look at the face. Choose it. Understand why you are choosing it. And then begin the descent anyway. The mountain will still be there. So will the face. That is the only ending worth having. I need to tell you something about what it costs to be right. Not right the way a person is right about a small thing. A wrong turn, a misjudged business decision. A relationship that went the way you said it would. I mean right about the most important thing. Right in a way that separates you from every other living person for 100 miles in every direction. Right in a way that saves your life and takes theirs. Not through any act of harm on your part. Not through cruelty or betrayal or even negligence, but through the simple, brutal arithmetic of who prepared and who did not. I have spent the last 30 years of my life trying to determine whether that kind of rightness is a gift or a punishment. I have not yet arrived at an answer that satisfies me. My name is Thomas Garrett. I am 79 years old. I live alone in a valley in Colorado that is not the valley where this story took place, because I could not stay in the valley where the story took place, and anyone who heard the whole of it would understand why, without me having to explain. I have told pieces of this story, over the years, to surveyors and engineers and winter safety instructors who have sought me out because my name appears in various frontier archives and land commission reports as the man who survived the White Death of 1842 in Silver Creek Valley, and who designed what some people call the Garrett Shelter. They come for the engineering. They leave with something else. I can see it in their faces as they go. That particular look of a person who has been handed information they did not expect and are not certain they wanted. I see it and I understand it. Because it is the same expression I have been carrying on the inside of my chest since the spring of 1843, when the snow melted in Silver Creek Valley and gave back what it had taken. In the autumn of 1842, there were 43 miners living in Silver Creek Valley, in the mountains of what is now southern Colorado. They were good men, most of them. Marcus Webb, who was the most successful of the hydraulic operators, had a wife and 2 daughters waiting for him in St. Levick, Louis, and he talked about them with the kind of worn, loving repetition of a man who has held a picture for so long the edges have softened. Dutch Peterson, who kept bar and ran a trading post, could quote from memory entire passages of the Bible and the collected speeches of Daniel Webster, and had opinions about both that were worth hearing. The Welsh twins, Evan and Thomas, were coal miners from Pennsylvania, who had brought with them a competence with underground timbering that I found deeply admirable, though they applied it to gold extraction and never once thought to apply it to the problem I was trying to solve in the hillside behind my cabin. I want you to understand that I liked these men. I am saying this because there is a version of this story, one I have heard told about myself at second and third hand, that frames me as a solitary misanthrope who predicted disaster and kept his distance and therefore lost nothing when the disaster came. That version is wrong. I had eaten at Marcus Webb's table. I had listened to Dutch Peterson argue scripture until my jaw ached from grinning. I knew the twins by their voices from 50 yards away. These were not strangers. I watched from the hillside. They were my neighbors. And I knew all of their names. And I have spoken all of their names aloud at least once every day since the spring of 1843. I do not intend to stop doing this before I die. What I read in the sky on November 3rd of that year, I had been reading in skies across the American frontier for the better part of 3 decades. The clouds moving against the prevailing wind, folding into themselves with a slow, terrible patience, the kind of patience only very large things possess, the absolute stillness of the air below, the specific quality of pressure that my old wound translated into a rhythm of 3 pulses and a pause, like a message being tapped on bone, the complete absence of ravens. You must understand, if you have never lived a season in high mountain country, what it means when the ravens leave. Ravens do not leave. They are the most adaptable, opportunistic, and cold-resistant birds on the American continent. They stay through storms that kill everything else because where things die, there is food. And ravens have been in the business of eating the dead for longer than human beings have had language to name them. When ravens leave, they have performed a calculation that results in a single conclusion. This place will not have anything left alive to eat. I told the men what I had read. I told them in a saloon, plainly and without drama, because drama has never been my method. I told Dutch, who laughed. I told Marcus Webb, who did not laugh, but who had the specific kind of careful, patient politeness that a successful man develops for people he has decided are not worth arguing with. I told the Welsh twins, who were the most technically minded men in the valley, and who came to watch me dig, and who said the right things about the timber framing and then went back to their cabin and reinforced their roof beams and died anyway, because reinforcing a roof against a storm that deposits 17 feet of snow is a calculation that good intentions cannot rescue from bad arithmetic. I dug for 6 days. I want you to understand the physical fact of what that digging felt like, because it is important to the rest of the story that you understand I was not comfortable while I did it. My hands bled through the leather of my gloves. My lower back, by the 4th day, had resolved itself into a single continuous complaint that I managed by working through it rather than stopping, because stopping, as I calculated it, meant dying. The men who came to watch called it a tomb. They called me a bear building its own den. The laughter from the valley carried clearly in the cold air, and I heard every word of it, and I kept digging, and the anger I felt about their laughter was complicated. Not simple rage, but the specific aching frustration of a person who can see the future clearly enough to know that what they are doing will not be enough to save the people they are trying to warn. The storm arrived on the 9th of November. I was in the shelter when it came. I want to be precise about what the sound was like from inside that chamber, because I have spent 40 years trying to find the right language for it, and I am still not satisfied, but this is the closest I can manage. It was not wind exactly. It was not even what you would call a roar, though that is the word I wrote in my journal at the time, and the word I have used in every conversation since. It was more like the mountain was being moved, like the specific, bone-deep vibration of a thing of enormous weight being relocated to a new position, the way a continent shifts in an earthquake, except continuous, without pause, for 10 days. I lay in my shelter in the dark, and I felt the mountain being moved above me, and I counted the hours, and I maintained my stove and my rations with the methodical care of a man who has decided that the maintenance of his own life is the only thing currently within his control. On the 3rd day underground, I heard the first cavern collapse. The sound came through the earth and the snow as a low, dense compression, a single syllable of catastrophic structural failure, followed by a vibration I felt in the soles of my feet, followed by silence. I made a mark in my journal. 2 hours later, a second. Closer. I made another mark. I want you to sit with that for a moment if you are willing. Imagine lying underground in the dark, in the cold, listening to the buildings above you fail, one by one. You know who is in each of those buildings. You know their names and their habits, and the sound of their voices. You know that the man in the cabin that just came down was someone you shared a meal with. You know that the sound you just heard may be the last evidence that he was ever alive. And you cannot do anything. You cannot go up. The snow above you is not a barrier. You could push through with enough determination. It is a physics problem that is only one correct answer, and the answer is that you stay underground and you survive. But survival, in those circumstances, does not feel like living. It feels like a very specific and terrible form of being present for something you cannot stop. I heard more voices on the second day after the storm broke, muffled, distant, coming from the direction of the valley floor. The specific quality of sound that very thick, dense snow produces when it filters a human voice, a quality that reduces a voice to its most essential element, the part that means someone is still alive and still hoping. I climbed my shaft and emerged into air that was so cold it felt like breathing ground glass. -52 degrees by my thermometer. Exposed skin freezes in under 60 seconds at that temperature. I stood on 17 feet of packed snow, above the place where 43 people had built their lives, and I listened to those voices, and I ran the numbers. The numbers were not survivable. For any of them to reach me, to cross the distance between their buried position and mine, they would need to travel through chest-deep snow in -52 degrees with no path, no shelter at the other end that they knew about, and clothing that was not designed for the extended outdoor exposure that crossing would require. At that temperature, the window between exertion-generated warmth and the kind of warmth loss that ends in unconsciousness is narrow, and narrows further with every minute of exposure. I could calculate the distance. I could calculate the temperature loss per minute of exertion. I could calculate the point at which the attempt would fail, and that point was well short of where I stood. I tried anyway. I want to be clear about that. I gathered rope and my pike and emergency supplies, and I cut a traverse toward the voices, and the snow swallowed me to the chest, inside 30 yards, and I pulled myself out, and I stood there in the frozen air, and I understood, with the complete and merciless clarity of a man who has spent his life making calculations and trusting them, that I could not reach them, not without the kind of equipment that did not exist yet, not without another person to anchor the rope, not without a path already broken and a temperature that allowed for the kind of work that path breaking through packed snow requires. The voices stopped before I made it back to my shaft. I want to tell you what I saw through my field glasses on the 15th day, because it is the thing I have thought about every day for 30 years, and I have never told anyone in full. A figure emerged from a hole in the snow, perhaps 200 yards from my position, crawling, not walking, moving with the specific, reduced, simplified motion of a body that has committed all remaining resources to a single task. The figure made it perhaps 20 feet from the hole before stopping. I watched the figure try to rise. I watched it try again. It lay still. In the cold air, through the field glasses, I could see the way the breath steam diminished, and then ceased. Within the hour, drifting snow had covered it. I recorded the position in my journal. I sat in the dark of my shelter for a very long time after I put the field glasses away, and I did not write in my journal again for 3 days. Do you know what happened to the people who survived the Donner Party disaster of 1846 in the Sierra Nevada? They were one mountain range west of where I was, and their catastrophe came 4 years after mine, and yet the shape of it maps onto Silver Creek Valley with a precision that I find, in my old age, almost impossible to bear. 87 people trapped by early snow, told by experienced men that the route they were taking was wrong, choosing to go anyway because success had made them confident, and confidence had made them inflexible. 45 survived. 42 did not. The survivors carried their experience in ways that the historical record describes in dry, clinical language. They lived their lives, they had children, they were remembered. What the historical record does not say with any directness is what the survivors described in private, in letters and diaries that read, between the lines, as accounts of people carrying something they could not set down. They had watched. They had been unable to help. They had eaten breakfast in the morning, knowing that other people were dying because there was nothing else to do, and not eating would only have added their own body to the count. That is what it is. That is the specific weight of it, not guilt in the sense of responsibility for what happened. I bear no responsibility for the storm, and no responsibility for the decisions of 43 adults who had been told the truth and chosen otherwise. The weight is something different and harder to name. It is the weight of proximity, of knowing, of having the specific, unearnable luck of being correct about the thing that killed everyone around you, and of having that correctness arrive with the precise timing that meant you were safe in the ground while they were not, and of understanding, from inside the warmth of a shelter you built with your own raw and bleeding hands. That warmth is not the same thing as comfort, and safety is not the same thing as peace. I heard them, you see, not as ghosts. I want to be clear about this. I am not a man who believes in ghosts. I never have been. I heard them the way a person hears, for the rest of their life, any sound that was the last of its kind. The voices through the snow on the second day after the storm, reduced to their essential frequency by 17 feet of packed powder, carrying nothing except the fact of being alive and the hope that being alive was enough. I heard Dutch Peterson's laugh in saloons for 20 years after Silver Creek Valley, not as a haunting but as a memory with the specific, tactile quality that only attaches to things you should have been able to prevent. I heard Marcus Webb talk about his daughters, their names and their favorite colors, and what he planned to build for them in the house he was going to buy when the gold was good enough. I heard the Welsh twins arguing in that warm, circular way that people argue when they are not really trying to win. I hear them now. I am 79 years old, and I hear them now, with a clarity that has not diminished in 30 years. And I believe that this is the mechanism by which the mountain collects its debts from the ones it lets go. It does not take your life. It gives you a very long one. Long enough to understand, in accumulating an irreversible detail, everything it cost. I rebuilt the cabin wall. I repaired the shelter. I spent the rest of my years in those mountains showing other people how to survive what I survived, and I was thorough about it because thoroughness was all I had to offer, and thoroughness was, I calculated, the only way of converting what happened in Silver Creek Valley into something that produced more life than it took. People who knew me in those years said I worked with a slow confidence that bordered on apology. They were right about the apology part. Every roof frame I repaired, every shaft cap I helped someone build, every conversation I had with a man who would have built his cabin on the valley floor and talked himself into believing the standard firewood supply was enough. Each one was a payment on a debt I did not choose to owe and could not refuse. When I left Silver Creek Valley for the last time, I walked out through the gap in the western perimeter of the site, past the place where the saloon tent had stood and the place where Dutch Peterson's trading post had been the most substantial building in the valley, and the place where the Welsh twins had reinforced their roof and died anyway. The spring melt had long since settled the snow into something navigable. The gold claims were abandoned. The equipment rusted where it lay. The mountain had gone back to exactly what it had been before 43 people arrived with their ambitions and their fires, and their certainty that 2 winters was enough experience to trust. I want you to take one thing from this account. Not the engineering, though the engineering is real and has saved lives and I am glad of it. Not the history, though the history is documented in a journal that is sitting right now in the archives of a land commission office in Denver, Colorado, verifiable by anyone who chooses to look. I want you to take the thing that the history does not say clearly enough. The thing that the dry official language of survival accounts leaves out because it does not fit into any category of fact. When people warn you, listen, not because they are always right. They are not always right, but because the cost of dismissing them, the specific irreversible, 30-year cost of having decided that success was a sufficient argument against caution, is a cost that does not appear in any column you are currently accounting for. The people who laughed at me in the saloon on November 3rd of 1842 were not fools. They were experienced, capable, courageous men who had built something real in a hard place, and whose confidence was, by any reasonable measure, earned. They were also wrong, and the distance between earned confidence and the moment when earned confidence becomes the reason you do not dig the second shelter is a distance I have spent the rest of my life measuring. I am 79 years old. I have not spoken all 43 names aloud yet today. I will before I sleep. I always do. I've been on search and rescue teams in the Sierra Nevada for 11 years. I want you to know what that means before I tell you what I found on the Hollow Creek Trail on the morning of August the 19th, 2022, because the word found does not carry enough weight on its own, and I need you to understand the weight before I hand it to you. In 11 years, I have located 31 missing persons in the backcountry. 26 of them were alive. 5 were not. Of those 5, 3 died of exposure, 1 died of a fall on loose scree, and 1 was the victim of a cardiac event at altitude. I say these things not to establish credentials. I am not interested in credentials, but because I need you to understand that I'm not someone who uses the word horrifying casually. I have a precise, empirical sense of what that word means. What I found on the Hollow Creek Trail earned that word, not because of blood or violence or anything that cinema has trained us to associate with horror, because of a text message, because of what a man typed into a phone with no signal, in the last hour of his life, in 109-degree heat on a south-facing slope, with no shade and an empty water bladder, while his daughter was dying in his arms. The call came in at 9:47 a.m. on August the 19th. A family of 3, a couple named Nathan and Caroline Ashford, and their 14-month-old daughter, Lily, had been reported missing by a neighbor who noticed their car had been parked at the Hollow Creek trailhead since the previous morning and had not moved. They had not returned calls. They had no known itinerary beyond the trailhead registration, which listed them for a day hike, estimated return by 4 p.m. They had not returned. My partner that morning was a woman named Dr. Patricia Holt, a trauma physician who volunteered with our unit on weekends. We have worked together for 6 years. Patricia is the most composed person I have ever encountered in a field situation. She does not exclaim, she does not exclaim, she does not stop moving, and she does not, as a rule, have to remind herself to breathe. I want you to know that. What happened to her composure on that trail matters only if you first understand how solid it was. We entered the trail at 10:15 a.m. The temperature at the trailhead was already 91 degrees Fahrenheit. This detail is important. The trailhead sits at 3,800 feet of elevation in the shade of a ridgeline, and it was 91 degrees before 10:30 in the morning. The forecast high for the valley floor that day was 107. In the exposed southern-facing sections of the upper trail, which climbs 4,000 feet over 6 miles, emerging onto an open slope with no canopy, the ambient temperature would have been anywhere from 8 to 15 degrees above that. The trail had been heavily burned in a wildfire 2 summers prior. I want to describe that carefully, because it is central to what happened, and because people who have not walked a burned forest in summer do not have an accurate picture of what it looks like and what it feels like. The trees are standing, but they are not alive. They are standing columns of charred wood with no canopy, no foliage, no shade. The ground cover is gone. The soil is dark and absorbs heat rather than reflecting it. The sky is completely unobstructed from overhead for as far as you can see in any direction. And what comes down from that sky in August, in the Sierra Nevada at 1,800 feet of elevation, on a south-facing slope, in 107-degree air, is not light the way you think of light. It is a physical pressure. It is something you move through rather than something that falls on you. It is the specific, comprehensive heat of a place where the mountain has removed every moderating variable simultaneously, shade, moisture, elevation cooling, and left you in direct, Unobstructed contact with the full output of an August sun on a slope designed by its geometry to collect and concentrate exactly that. Patricia and I moved fast. We knew, before we found them, from the time and temperature alone, that speed was the only currency we had left. We found the dog first, an Australian Shepherd mix, large, pale-furred, lying in a shallow depression at the edge of the trail, approximately 4.2 miles from the trailhead, at a point where the trail crests the upper slope and there's nothing above it but open sky. The dog was positioned on its side with its legs extended, the way animals lie when they are not resting, but simply unable to continue. There was no water nearby, no shade within 100 yards. The dog's water bowl, a collapsible silicone type, was in a pack nearby, empty. Patricia knelt beside it and checked for a pulse, because that is what Patricia does. She found none. She stood up without saying anything, and we continued up the trail. I am going to tell you what we found in the order we found it, because the order is the horror. Please stay with me. 20 yards beyond the dog, the trail turns sharply and begins a steep series of switchbacks. At the base of the first switchback, we found Caroline Ashford. She was lying on her back, partially off the trail edge, in a position that suggested she had sat down and then lowered herself, or had fallen slowly, the specific controlled descent of a body that has decided it cannot go further, but is still trying to manage the process. Her water bottle, a large insulated type that should have held 85 ounces, was in her hand. It was empty and crushed slightly on one side, the way you crush a bottle when you have squeezed every remaining drop from it. Her skin was dry. This is important. In severe hyperthermia, when the body's heat management systems have completely failed, the skin stops sweating because there is nothing left to sweat. Her skin was dry and hot to the touch and slightly reddened. Her eyes were closed. I want to be specific. This was not peaceful. The word peaceful, when applied to death by hyperthermia in 109-degree heat, is a failure of language so complete it approaches dishonesty. Her face had the set and compressed expression of someone who had been in enormous physical distress and had lost the capacity to remain in distress. Patricia began emergency protocols. She did not stop for long. Nathan Ashford was 12 feet up the switchback from his wife, sitting upright against the slope embankment, with his back against the dirt and his knees drawn up. He was holding his daughter. Lily was in the soft front carrier he had been wearing all day, pressed against his chest, her head resting against his collarbone in the way a sleeping child rests. He had his arms wrapped around her. He was dead. She was dead. He had died holding her, which is the most precise and terrible thing I have ever been required to write. On the slope beside him, half covered in dust from the dry trail edge, was his phone. I am a search and rescue professional. I do not, as a rule, go through a victim's phone. That is for investigators and for families. But the phone was unlocked, and the screen was still active in the direct sun. And when I picked it up to move it out of the light so I could read the display for the time of last activity, I saw the message. I did not go looking for it. It was open on the screen, in the messages application, addressed to a phone number I did not recognize. And it had not been sent because the trail has no cellular service from the second mile onward. And Nathan Ashford had known this, and he had typed it anyway. The message read, "Can you help us? No water or overheating with baby. On the upper section of the Hollow Creek Trail heading back toward the trailhead. Please come." Below it, the screen showed the small red warning icon that appears when a message fails to send. The timestamp on the draft was 12:43 p.m. on August the 18th, approximately 21 hours before we arrived. Patricia was beside me. She had finished her examination of Nathan and Lily, and she was standing with her hands at her sides looking at the slope. And she said something I am not going to reproduce here because it was said in the specific raw register of a person speaking to themselves rather than to another person, and the moment when professional composure reaches its absolute structural limit. I put the phone down in the evidence position, and I stepped back and I looked at the four of them. Caroline down the switchback, Nathan with his daughter in his arms against the bank, the empty water containers, the open sky overhead, the burned forest on all sides, and I did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that was adequate to the arithmetic of what I was looking at. A message typed to a number with no signal, and the last functional hour of a man's life, while the slope cooked at 109 degrees and the baby his wife had carried in a backpack for 6 miles was dying against his chest. The message that never left the phone. The 21 hours between the timestamp and the moment I read it. All of it preserved in the heat and the silence of a burned mountain that had no opinion about any of it. I want to tell you about a trail in Russia, because I need you to understand that what happened on Hollow Creek is not a singular and unrepeatable anomaly. It is a pattern. In February of 1959, on a slope in the Ural Mountains of the Soviet Union, 9 experienced hikers died under circumstances so resistant to explanation that the official investigation, which was reopened more than 60 years later, could produce nothing more specific than the phrase, an unknown compelling force. The tent was intact from inside. The food was on the plate. Their boots were arranged at the entrance, and they had cut open the canvas from the inside and walked barefoot into negative 40-degree air, in socks and underwear, and died on the open slope. They left behind their own photographs. A camera found at the camp contained images from the hours leading up to their last night, showing the group cheerful and organized, and entirely without the appearance of people who were 24 hours from dying in the snow. That visual record of the last ordinary hours, existing in parallel with the physical evidence of what came after, is a specific kind of horror that has no name in any language I know. Nathan Ashford's photographs were the same. The phone forensics team recovered them. The first image was taken at 7:44 a.m. in the parking lot at the trailhead. Caroline adjusting Lily's carrier, laughing at something off-frame. The last was taken at 12:02 p.m., approximately 40 minutes before the failed message. A photograph of a creek visible through the burned trees below the upper switchback, the water looking cool and deep from a distance. The image has a quality that is difficult to describe and impossible to dismiss. A reaching quality. The quality of a photograph taken by someone who is looking at water from a great distance and needs to record that they can see it, that it exists, that it is there. They never reached it. The creek was 200 yards below the point where they stopped. I have since read the research on hyperthermia and heat stroke extensively, the way you read things that are directly related to the worst thing you have ever seen, as though understanding the mechanism will change the weight of it. It will not. What the research tells me is that hyperthermia progresses in stages: mild heat stress, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and that the transition from heat exhaustion to heat stroke is fast, and that heat stroke impairs cognitive function severely enough to make navigation decisions extremely difficult, and that a person in the early stages of heat stroke will experience confusion, disorientation, and a specific terrible symptom called hot, dry skin, which is the body's announcement that its cooling mechanisms have stopped. They would have known something was catastrophically wrong. They would not have known in precise clinical terms what it was. They would have known the baby needed water. They would have known the trail went down, and that down was where the car was. They would have typed the message and watched it fail to send, and then typed it again, because people in extremis do what they can do, and then do it again. The case was investigated by Mariposa County, which ruled the deaths heat-related. The investigation was thorough and the findings were correct. There was no crime, no negligence beyond the terrible ordinary human miscalculation of people who were relatively new to that terrain, who had checked the forecast, who had brought what they thought was sufficient water, who had started early and planned to be back by afternoon, and who had not known how fast the temperature climbs on a burned south-facing slope between 9 a.m. and noon, and had not known that the shade they were counting on for the return journey had been gone for 2 years, and had not known that the specific geometry of that trail in that heat produced temperatures in the exposed upper section that were between 15 and 20 degrees above the valley floor ambient. The question of why, the family's statement to the press noted, can never be answered and will remain with us. I agree with that sentence in ways the family did not intend. Here is what I know, that I have known since the morning of August the 19th, in a way that 11 years of professional training does not prevent, and that no amount of subsequent clinical processing has diminished. The mountain did not kill that family. The mountain has no agency, no intention, no awareness of what it contains. What killed that family was the specific interaction between an ordinary August day, a burned forest, a south-facing slope, a water supply calculated for the trail they thought they were on, rather than the trail they were actually on, and the precise moment when the heat passed the threshold of what the body can manage, and the body's cooling systems failed, and the cascade began. The mountain was simply there. That is the entire horror of it. Not malice, not curse, not a thing that watches or waits or circles. Just terrain, in a specific configuration, on a specific day, doing what terrain does when you are inside it without adequate preparation for its actual conditions rather than your estimated conditions. That is what the mountains are. They are not patient and they are not cruel. They are simply precise. They do not make exceptions for people who mean well, or for families who love each other, or for experienced hikers who miscalculated one variable, or for 14-month-old children who cannot yet understand what their father is trying to do when he holds them tighter and presses his face into their hair while the slope cooks at 109 degrees and his phone tells them the message is still failing to send. They are simply precise, and they are always right. I left the trail service after that season, not because of that day alone, though that day was the weight that finally tipped the balance, because of what I had learned in 11 years about the specific nature of the mountain's precision, about the absence of warning, the absence of margin, the way a day can move from ordinary to irreversible in the space of 40 minutes on an exposed south-facing switchback in August, because of the photographs on a dead man's phone, 7:44 a.m., a laughing woman adjusting a carrier in a parking lot, 12:02 p.m., a photograph of water in the distance. 40 minutes, 11 years of experience in training and professional composure, and I still cannot close the 40 minutes between those two photographs without feeling the specific, permanent, unresolvable weight of everything Nathan Ashworth did in that time and every single thing he could not do. Check the terrain. Know the actual conditions, not the forecast conditions. Carry double the water the trail map says you will need. Leave early and turn back early. And if your phone ever shows you a failed message symbol on a mountain trail, do not try again. Turn around. Go down. The message is not the emergency. The signal failure is. Before I get into this, I want to be clear about something. I am not a superstitious man. I have spent 22 years guiding expeditions across some of the most brutal terrain on this planet. Rainier, McKinley, the Cascades in January. And in all that time, I have never once believed in ghosts, in signs, in the idea that the dead could reach back through whatever wall separates them from the living. I believed in gear checks, weather windows, caloric intake, and the physics of rope anchors. I believed in what I could hold in my hands. I do not believe that anymore. What I am about to tell you happened to me in the spring of 2011, on the southeast face of what the Athabascan people have always called Denali, though the rest of the world was still calling it McKinley then. Some of you may have read a version of the story in a mountaineering journal, stripped down to its clinical facts, because that is the only version I was willing to tell for a long time. The full version is what I am giving you now, and I am giving it to you because I cannot carry it alone anymore, and because I think the mountain wants someone else to know, because I think it needs to be heard. It started the way all disasters do, quietly, with something small you decide not to worry about. My name is David Marlin. I was 51 years old that May. and I had led more than 40 expeditions to altitude above 14,000 feet. My client that season was a man named Gerald Osborne, 58 years old, a retired civil engineer from Portland, Oregon, who had been chasing Denali for 8 years. Gerald was not flashy. He was methodical, patient, and he had the kind of lean, deliberate strength that comes from years of working rather than years of gym memberships. I liked him immediately. He reminded me of the kind of man who, if something went wrong, would not panic. He would simply adapt. I was right about that part. I was wrong about almost everything else. We summited on the 11th of May, just before 7 in the morning. Pre-dawn push, the way I always prefer it. Because the ice firms up overnight, and the wind tends to behave itself in those hours just after 4. I will say this, standing on top of North America in that pale blue light, with Gerald gripping my shoulder and neither of us saying a word, it was one of the cleanest moments of my career. No drama, just the earth curving away beneath us in every direction, and the sky just starting to burn at the edges, and the absolute silence that exists at that altitude like a physical thing, like something you could press your hand against. We began our descent at 7:14. It was somewhere around 8:40, descending the steep southeastern pitch at around 19,000 feet, that Gerald's left crampon threw a buckle. He did not fall. He caught himself, almost gracefully, planting his axe in a single clean motion that any guide would have been proud to watch. But the correction threw his weight backward and backward on that slope meant down, and down meant 500 feet of blue ice and then the frozen plateau below, and that is exactly what happened. I watched it happen, and I could not stop it. One moment he was there, and the next moment the mountain had him, and there was nothing between Gerald Osborne and the bottom of that pitch but gravity and ice and speed. I found him on the plateau. He had stopped himself with the axe, somehow, in those final yards, the instinct of a man who had spent enough time in the mountains to act even when his body had stopped cooperating with his mind. His left leg was broken below the knee. The angle was wrong in the way that makes your stomach clench. That wrong direction wrongness that the human eye just knows is not right. His face was cut above the eye, not deep, but bleeding freely into his balaclava. When he looked up at me, he was already taking inventory, already moving through the checklist in his head. "How bad?" he asked. "The leg is broken," I told him. "The rest of you is going to be fine." I said that with more confidence than I felt, because I had already noticed something that I was not prepared to explain to him yet. I had noticed it when I went for my pack to get the first aid kit and the emergency beacon. I had noticed it when my hand closed around nothing where the beacon should have been, and then, casting backward through the hours before dawn in that way you do when your body dumps its load of adrenaline and your brain goes very cold and very clear. I noticed the exact moment I had set the emergency beacon down on the sleeping bag I had also forgotten to pack. No beacon, no sleeping bag, no shovel. I had forgotten 3 items in the pre-dawn rush to summit, and any one of those 3 items might now be the difference between Gerald walking out of here and Gerald not walking out of anywhere ever again. The satellite phone was there at least. I pulled it out and powered it on, and for 4 minutes it searched for signal, and then the wind, which had been nothing more than a murmur all morning, simply opened up. 80 miles an hour, possibly more. It came in from the northwest like a wall and brought the temperature down with it, and the phone screen went white with static, and then it went dark, and it did not come back on. I am going to skip past the part where I sat there and thought, because that part does not make for useful telling. What I will say is that the thoughts a man has when he realizes he has made a mistake that may kill someone else are not thoughts you would want to hear. They are not noble. They are not philosophical. They are the thoughts of an animal in a trap, and they last until the animal finds a way out or stops being an animal. I found a way out. It was a terrible way, and it was the only way. I could not move Gerald. His leg was shattered, and the plateau gave us no purchase. And even if I had been able to fashion a sled from what we had, the descent route was not a route you could drag an unconscious man down. I could stay with him, and we could both die of exposure before morning, because I had no sleeping bag, and he had no shelter, and the wind was only picking up. Or I could go. I wrapped my insulated parka around him, the one I was wearing. I tucked it underneath him and around him the way you would tuck a child into bed. And I looked at him, and I made him a promise. I said, I am going to get you out of here. I am going to go down and get help, and they are going to come for you. You understand me? Stay awake. Stay moving. I will be back for you. Gerald looked at me from inside my parka, and there was something in his eyes that I did not fully understand in that moment, but I have thought about every single day since. It was not fear. It was not anger. It was something quieter and more deliberate, like he was filing something away, like he was making a decision about how to remember this. Go, he said. Go now. I went. What I did in the next several hours, I will tell you plainly, because the plain telling is the only honest one. I descended like a man who had lost his mind. I descended in the dark, because by the time I reached the steepest sections, the light had gone, and I was navigating by memory and by the feel of the ice under my crampons. And there were 3 moments on that descent where I should have died and did not. And I have no rational explanation for why I did not. My hands were frostbitten by 10,000 feet. My ribs ached in a way that suggested at least 2 of them had cracked somewhere in the chaos of the fall and the scramble. I reached high camp at 3:30 in the morning, and I was told later, by the medic who treated me, that I had been approximately 12 minutes from irreversible hypothermia when I stumbled through the door of the first tent and collapsed. 12 minutes. That is the distance between the life I am living now and nothing. The rescue went out at first light. A helicopter extraction via short-haul maneuver, dangerous in those winds. Pilot afterward white-faced and very quiet, in the way that pilots get when they have done something they know they will not do again. They found Gerald where I had left him, but they also found something else. 200 yards away from Gerald, half buried in a drift, a man named Brandon Keller, 44 years old, from Colorado Springs. He had been part of another team, a team that had turned back the day before, and he had apparently gotten separated from his group during the descent in the wind, and he had gotten within perhaps 20 yards of a shelter that would have saved his life. And then he had lain down in the snow, and he had not gotten up again. Gerald was alive. Gerald lost all of his fingers and both thumbs to frostbite, and the tip of his left foot, and he spent 6 months in rehabilitation, and he is alive. I have spoken to him twice since then. Both conversations were short and civil, and both times he thanked me, and both times I could hear in his voice the thing that his eyes had been holding on that plateau. I still do not have a name for it. Brandon Keller was dead. I did not know Brandon Keller. I did not know he was up there. I could not have saved him. I have told myself this every day for the last several years, and every day I believe it a little less. The Raven appeared about 2 weeks after I got home. I live in a house in western Montana, outside a small town called Cascade, and the nearest neighbor is a 1/4 mile down a dirt road, and the property backs up against a stand of ponderosa pine that goes on for about 8 acres before it hits a creek. Ravens are not uncommon out there. I had seen them before, picking through the yard in winter, doing whatever ravens do. I had never thought much about them. This one was different. It was sitting on the fence post at the northeast corner of my yard when I first noticed it. The morning I came home from the hospital with my hands still bandaged, just sitting there, not moving, the way ravens sometimes do when they are watching something. But it watched me. That is the only way I can describe it. Most birds, when you look directly at them, have a moment of recalibration, a flicker of awareness that becomes movement, that becomes flight. This one did not move. It watched me with both eyes, which is not how ravens watch things. Ravens are lateral-eyed. They typically cant their head to use one eye at a time, and it held perfectly still, and it stayed that way until I went back inside. It was there the next morning. Same post, same posture, same absolute stillness. By the end of the week, I had begun to notice the pattern. It was always at a distance, never close, and it was always perfectly still, and it was always watching me. On the fence post, in the morning. On the power line above the driveway in the afternoon. On the roof line of the woodshed when I went out after dark. A shape against the darker sky, eyes catching light in a way that seemed physically wrong. Too bright, too reflective, like something was illuminated inside them rather than outside, and it never blinked. In all the weeks it watched me, I never once saw it blink. I am a rational man. I tried the rational explanations. Ravens are intelligent. Corvids are among the most cognitively complex birds on Earth, and they do recognize individual faces, and they do form attachments to specific locations and routines. Maybe this was a bird that had found a reliable food source somewhere near my property and was simply monitoring it. Maybe the stillness was coincidence, and the eyes were optical illusion, and the fact that I could not stop looking at it was simply the garden variety anxiety of a man who had come back from a mountain with something missing. Then, on the 21st day, I woke at 3 a.m. to a sound I could not immediately identify. It took me a long moment, sitting in the dark, to understand what I was hearing. It was coming from somewhere outside the window. It was a voice, not words, not exactly, but something on the edge of words, something that had the cadence and the weight of speech without the clarity. I got up and went to the window, and in the yard below me on the fence post in the dark, the raven was making a sound. It was making a sound that went up and then down and paused, and then went up and down again, like the shape of a question asked over and over. And in that 3 a.m. rawness I heard in it, I am telling you exactly what I heard. I heard something that sounded impossibly like the rhythmic cadence of someone saying, over and over, just 2 words. Come back, come back, come back. I do not sleep well anymore. I have not slept well since May of 2011. My therapist, a careful woman in Missoula who has heard all of this and has responded with genuine, careful professionalism, tells me that the mind under extreme stress creates patterns from noise, that the brain is a meaning-making machine that will construct a face in a cloud, or a voice in static if it has reason enough to need one, and that a man carrying this particular guilt has more reason than most. She is probably right. She is almost certainly right. The raven is still there. Not every day. Some mornings, I come outside and the post is empty, and the power line is empty, and the roof line is empty, and I feel something that is almost relief, except that it is not, because the absence of the bird has its own quality now, its own weight, and the relief never lasts because the bird always comes back, and when it does, it is always in the same posture, the same stillness, the same watching. And it is always from a position slightly to the northeast, and I know, because I have looked at the maps and I have thought about this more than I should, that the northeast is the direction of Alaska. I want to tell you something that the mountaineering journals did not print, because I did not give it to them, and because I did not want to carry what it would mean if I said it out loud. When the rescue helicopter found Gerald, he told the flight medic something. The medic told me when I was recovering, quietly. The way you tell someone something because you think they need to know it and you also cannot explain it. He said that when they reached Gerald, Gerald had crawled. In the night, alone on the plateau with a broken leg and no shelter and the wind moving at speeds that should have made movement impossible, Gerald Osborne had crawled 800 feet across the ice and found a natural depression in the glacier that had offered him just enough protection to survive. And the medic said that Gerald told him when they asked him how he had managed to do it, how he had known which direction to crawl, and how he had found the strength, and how he had not simply given up and let the cold take him. He said that Gerald told him there had been someone with him. A figure, he said, at a distance, always at a distance, never close enough to touch, gesturing toward the depression in the ice. A figure in dark clothing. Not one of the rescue team. someone who had been there before the helicopter came. The medic thought it was altitude psychosis, hallucination. The oxygen-deprived mind reaching for guidance and finding it in the visual cortex. He is probably right. He is almost certainly right. Gerald lost his fingers. Gerald is alive. Brandon Keller is buried in Colorado Springs. I am home in Montana, with my bandaged hands and my raven and my 3 a.m. sound that goes up and then down, and then up again in the dark. And every morning I check the northeast fence post before I do anything else. And every morning I think about a promise I made on a frozen plateau at 19,000 feet. A promise I kept the only way I could, and that I am not sure, I am simply not sure, was enough. The mountain does not forget. That much I know now. That much I carry. I need to tell you what happened to my hands first, because that is where it started. And because hands are something you trust. You use them every day of your life. You know what they feel like. You know what they look like. You know the precise geography of every vein and knuckle, and the way the skin sits over the bones. Your hands are something you can verify, and when something is wrong with them, you know, not intellectually, not with instruments. You simply know, the way a body knows when another body is wrong. At a level below language, below reasoning, in the part of the biology that existed before we had words for fear. My name is Dr. Sarah Whitmore. I am a molecular biologist with 18 years of field experience, specializing in extremophile organisms, life forms that survive in conditions hostile to conventional biology. I have worked in deep ocean hydrothermal vent zones, in the high radiation exclusion corridor around Chernobyl, and in the oxygen-depleted ice fields of northern Greenland. I know how extreme environments alter biological processes at the cellular level. I know how stress, radiation, and pressure affect living tissue. I have spent nearly 2 decades developing a framework for understanding the precise mechanisms by which hostile environments push life to its limits. I am telling you this so that you understand what kind of person I was when I arrived at the mountain, and what kind of person I became after. In April of 2021, I was invited to participate in a joint research project organized by a private environmental sciences consortium based in Seattle, Washington. The project involved a field study of oxidative stress markers in high-altitude fauna near the western Tibetan Plateau, specifically a population of Tibetan Plateau mammals whose cellular aging patterns had shown anomalies in prior satellite data. The study site was a remote survey zone in the Ngari region of western Tibet, approximately 30 kilometers from the base of one of the most sacred and least studied geological formations in the world. The team was 4 researchers, myself as lead biologist, a biochemist named Dr. Carl Evers from Oregon State University, a field technician named Marcus Webb, and our Tibetan liaison, a man who worked under the English name James, who had assisted Western scientific teams in the region for 11 years. I had read everything available about the area before I left. I want you to understand that. I had read the geological surveys and the electromagnetic field studies. I had read the accounts of compass malfunction and GPS distortion documented by survey teams operating near the mountain. The reports of compass needles spinning erratically without explanation, of GPS coordinates drifting by hundreds of meters in open terrain with no geological justification. I had read the accounts of hikers and pilgrims describing rapid hair and nail growth during their 12 to 48-hour stays in the immediate area, a phenomenon reported so consistently, across so many independent accounts from so many different cultural backgrounds and decades, that the sheer volume of the testimony constituted a data set, even if no individual report was scientifically verifiable. I had read the study published by a team of Russian researchers in the early 2000s led by a physician named Dr. Edward Marshall, who concluded, after several months of fieldwork near the mountain's base, that the peak was too geometrically precise to be a natural formation, and that the surrounding landscape contained structural patterns whose schematic, when mapped, resembled the spatial organization of DNA molecules. I had read all of it, cataloged it, and placed it in the category I reserve for compelling but unverified anecdote. The kind of data that tells you something interesting is happening without telling you what. I arrived with instruments. That is always my answer to the unknown. Bring better instruments. The first 3 days at the base camp were, from a research standpoint, extraordinary. Our oxidative stress assays on the plateau mammal samples showed cellular aging markers that were, by every conventional metric, running at approximately 2 to 3 times the rate we would expect for organisms at that altitude and in that temperature range. The oxidative damage to their cell membranes was measurable and real, and it was not attributable to radiation, diet, or the specific atmospheric conditions of the site. Carl ran the assays 3 times. Each time the results were the same. Whatever was accelerating the cellular aging process in these animals was not in our model. It was something we had not accounted for, something ambient in the environment, something that was simply there. I noted it, logged it, and moved on. That is what you do when the data surprises you. You note it, and you go further in. On the 4th night, I woke at some point in the early hours of the morning. I did not check the time immediately, a detail I have since regretted, with a sensation in my hands that I have never experienced before or since. It was not pain. It was more like pressure, but located from the inside rather than the outside. The feeling you might expect if the tissue inside your fingers were attempting to expand faster than the skin containing it. I sat up and held my hands in front of my face and looked at them in the low red light of my headlamp. And what I saw made me set the headlamp down and pick it up again and look a second time, because my brain's first processing of the image did not match what my brain had on file for my hands. My fingernails had grown, not the small, unnoticeable overnight increment of normal growth. I know what that looks like. I am a biologist. I know the growth rate of human nails to 3 decimal places. They had grown by an amount that represented, by my immediate rough estimate, approximately 10 to 14 days of normal growth in 8 hours. While I slept, I sat in my tent at approximately 12,000 feet of elevation, in the dark, in the cold, running my thumbnail along the edge of each finger and measuring the extension against the reference point of the half moon at the base of each nail, the ludula, whose position relative to the nail tip is the fastest field measurement of recent growth, and finding, each time, the same impossible result. I checked my watch then. 3:17 a.m. I did not sleep again that night. In the morning I said nothing. I trimmed my nails in my tent before emerging, and I documented the clippings in a sample bag with the date, time, and a notation that read environmental exposure growth anomaly, unresolved. I took a blood sample from my own fingertip and preserved it in the cold pack with the tissue specimens. I behaved like a scientist. I collected data. I did not speculate out loud, but that same morning, something else happened that I have never been able to reduce to a clinical notation. James, our liaison, the man who had worked this terrain for 11 years, the man who had been unfailingly professional and composed throughout our first 3 days, came to stand beside me while I was reviewing the previous day's assay results on my laptop outside the main tent. He did not say anything for a moment. Then he said, in a very quiet and direct voice, that he had noticed I was checking my hands this morning and that he wanted to tell me something before I went any further with the fieldwork. He said that the mountain had been watching our camp since the 2nd day. He said it, the way a person reports a fact they have been waiting to report, having decided that the right moment had arrived. Not frightened, not dramatic, flat and clear, the way a professional delivers an assessment. He said that the closer you worked to the northern survey zone, the more the mountain would take notice, and that what I had observed about my hands was the mountain's first communication. I asked him what he meant by communication. He said that the mountain does not distinguish between instruments and organisms, that it reads everything that comes close to it, and that what it reads, it changes. I asked him whether he had experienced this himself. He was quiet for a moment. Then he rolled up his left sleeve to the elbow, and he showed me the skin of his forearm, which was cross-hatched with fine, pale lines. The kind of lines that accumulate on a person's skin over many decades. The texture of an 80-year-old man's skin on the arm of a 53-year-old. He had been coming to this region for 11 years. The skin on his forearm looked like it had aged 25 years beyond the rest of him. He rolled his sleeve down without comment and went back to his work. I sat with that for a long time. What I know now, having spent the 3 years since that expedition going through every piece of available literature and every available data set from studies conducted in the Ngari region and its immediate surroundings, is this. The biological phenomenon I experienced is real and documented and consistent across enough independent reports to constitute a pattern that demands scientific explanation rather than dismissal. Multiple trekkers and researchers completing the circumambulation route near the mountain have noted hair and nail growth consistent with 2 weeks of normal growth occurring within 12 hours. The reports are not coordinated. They come from independent sources across different decades, different nationalities, and different cultural contexts. They are consistent. The oxidative stress data from our own mammal assays showed cellular aging acceleration in the order of 2 to 3 times the normal rate. The human tissue samples I took from myself that morning showed elevated markers of oxidative damage. The same molecular signature that appears in cells that are aging faster than their chronological dayslide. Not dramatically, not catastrophically, but measurably, reproducibly, and without any conventional environmental cause to account for it. The geometry of the mountain itself, its 4 near-perfectly symmetrical faces aligned to the cardinal compass points, its pyramidal profile that is too regular and too precise for standard glacial erosion patterns, has been noted by geologists and independent researchers across more than a century of observation. The distance of the mountain from the North Pole is a precise value, and the distance from the South Pole is exactly double that figure. A mathematical relationship that does not occur by accident in naturally formed terrain. A team of Russian researchers who spent several months camped at the mountain's base concluded that when they mapped the positions of the surrounding pyramidal structures, the resulting schematic resembled the spatial organization of DNA molecules. A conclusion dismissed by mainstream science, but never adequately refuted by countermeasurement. In the silence of the nights they camped there, the Russian team documented strange sounds, a gasping quality that seemed to come from inside the mountain, and on at least one night, the distinct sound of a falling stone from within the mountain's interior, in a geological formation that, if it were purely natural, should produce no such sounds. I heard those sounds too. On the 5th night, at approximately 3 a.m., I lay in my tent and listened to something that had no source I could identify and no explanation I could construct. A low, harmonic resonance that seemed to come not from any direction, but from everywhere simultaneously, the way a sound comes from inside a body rather than from outside it. It lasted for approximately 20 minutes. It stopped cleanly, and when it stopped, the silence it left behind was the specific silence of something that has been interrupted, rather than something that is concluded. I have spent 3 years trying to build a model for what happened to me near that mountain. I have consulted with 3 independent molecular biologists, 2 geophysicists, and a material scientist who specializes in electromagnetic field effects on biological tissue. None of them has offered a complete explanation. What the most honest of them have said, and I am paraphrasing, because the actual language of science in these conversations tends toward the carefully hedged, is that the biological effects I documented are real, and that the environmental conditions of the site present a combination of factors: electromagnetic field anomalies, elevated ionizing radiation levels from the surrounding rock formations, specific atmospheric pressure gradients, and as yet uncharacterized torsion field phenomena documented by Russian geophysicists in the region, that could, in combination, produce measurable acceleration of cellular oxidative stress processes. They say could. They say in combination. They say uncharacterized. What they're not saying, but what the data implies, is that there is something in the immediate environment of that mountain that interacts with biological systems at the cellular level in a way that we do not currently have the theoretical framework to explain. something that accelerates the fundamental clock of living tissue, something that makes your cells older, faster, simply by virtue of your proximity to it, something that reads you, as James said, without caring whether you are an instrument or an organism. I will tell you the part that I have not included in any of my scientific communications, because there is no journal that will publish it and no peer reviewer who would pass it. On our last morning at the site, I found a crow perched on the equipment case outside my tent. Large, entirely still, positioned with its body oriented directly toward the tent entrance. I had not seen or heard it land. It was sitting with a stillness that was not the stillness of a resting bird, but the stillness of something that has arrived at a position and intends to hold it. Its eyes were flat and dark, and they tracked me as I stepped out of the tent with a precision that had nothing of the reactive scanning quality of bird vision. It was a fixed, deliberate attention, the kind that does not waver when you move, that simply adjusts, recalibrates, and holds. I stood in the cold morning air of the Tibetan Plateau, 12,000 feet up, 3 days from the nearest road, looking at a crow that looked back at me with the steady, patient focus of something that was keeping a record. I asked James about it later, as we packed the last of the equipment. He said that it had been there since the second night. He said he had seen it every morning at the edge of the camp, always at the same distance, always in a position from which it could see all 4 tent entrances simultaneously. He had not mentioned it because he had not wanted to affect my research perspective. I asked him whether he thought it was connected to the mountain. He considered the question for a long moment, with the same professional gravity he brought to every assessment. Then he said that everything within 30 kilometers of the mountain was connected to the mountain. He said it the same way a person would say that everything within 30 kilometers of a strong radio transmitter will pick up the signal. Not with awe, not with fear, just with the simple, clinical recognition of a fact about the landscape. I have not returned to the mountain. I do not plan to. But I want to be precise about what I mean when I say that. I am not afraid of the mountain. I am something more complicated than afraid. I am changed by it, in measurable, documentable, biological ways that I cannot reverse and cannot fully explain. My cellular aging markers when I run my own blood work annually still read approximately 7 to 9% above my chronological baseline. That gap was not there in my pre-expedition blood work. It has been consistent every year since. My body, at the molecular level, is running slightly older than it should be. Not dramatically, not dangerously, but measurably. The mountain took something from me. Not my life, not my health in any catastrophic sense. Something more specific and more disturbing than that. It took a precise, quantifiable increment of my remaining biological time and kept it. As though proximity to it carries a fee. As though whatever process that peak is running, whatever the correct scientific language eventually turns out to be for what it does, requires biological currency, and extracts exactly what it needs without asking. I do not know what the mountain is. I do not know what built it, or how, or when, or what purpose it serves. I know that it is not passive. I know that it responds to the presence of living things in ways that leave measurable traces in those living things. I know that its geometry is too precise for accident, and that its effects are too consistent across too many independent observers for folklore. I know that my hands are slightly older than the rest of me. And I know that the crow was not a crow. If you are going to the mountain, for science, for faith, for any reason at all, take your measurements before you go. Take them again when you return. Compare them carefully. Something will be different. And whatever is different, the mountain kept. I'm a mountaineer, a former search and rescue coordinator, and a man who has spent the better part of 3 decades looking at death with the same flat, practical eye you learn to develop when your job is to find people after the mountain has already made its decision about them. I have pulled bodies from crevasses, from frozen ridgelines, from places where the wind had stripped the gear right off them, as if the cold itself was disgusted by what we wear against it. I believe in equipment, in protocols, in meteorology, and in the physics of rope and ice. That is all I have ever believed in. And then the radio came on. That is where I will start, not at the beginning of the story, because the beginning is long and cold and full of facts that belong to mountaineering journals and official expedition records, not to what you are about to hear. I will start where the story stopped making sense to me, in a tent at base camp on the Godwin-Austen Glacier in August of 2003, when my research partner Claire and I had been on the mountain for 11 days, and the only sound for the past several hours had been the wind working at the fabric above us, and the slow, deliberate silence of altitude pressing on everything underneath it. No one else was on K2 that season. We were not climbers, not on that trip. We were there on behalf of a historical society, documenting the condition of the Gilkey Memorial and cataloging the plaque inscriptions, because another decade had passed, and another handful of names had been added to the stone cairn in the families of the dead, deserved to have someone make a careful record of what was written there. It was quiet work, uncomfortable work, the kind of work that gets inside you. You spend enough time standing in front of those plaques, reading name after name after name, and you begin to understand something about that mountain that the brochures do not tell you. The mountain does not simply kill, it keeps. It holds what it takes, and what it does not give back. It holds so completely that sometimes the only marker is a metal plate on a pile of stones, and sometimes not even that. The radio was a standard issue base camp unit, tuned to the emergency channel. Standard protocol. We were not expecting any contact. At 1:47 in the morning it opened. The voice was a woman's. Calm, measured, slightly breathless, with the particular flatness of someone who has been awake for a very long time and has passed through fear into something beyond it. The signal was clear enough that for one disoriented second I thought someone had actually reached our tent. The words were simple. The words were the same words that climbers use when they check in, when they are alive and descending, and need to confirm contact. She said, "Camp 4 to base. Do you read? Over." Claire and I looked at each other. Neither of us spoke for what felt like a long time. I'm going to tell you why this mattered. I am going to take you back to the summer of 1986, which the climbers who were there still call the Black Summer, and which the rest of the world has mostly forgotten, and which the mountain has not forgotten at all. There was a French couple on K2 in 1986. Their names in the record are Henry and Claire Renard. I am using names I have chosen, because the real names belong to families who are still living, and I will not put this account into any system that could reach them without warning. What I can tell you is that they were accomplished, experienced, and deeply in love, in the way that two people who have shared extreme risk for long enough become, which is a kind of love that has no real equivalent at sea level. They'd been climbing together for 9 years. They had summited peaks on 4 continents. They called themselves, in the press interviews that would later be reprinted in their obituaries, the world's highest couple. That phrase was meant as a joke between them. It became something else. On the 23rd of June 1986, Henry and Claire Renard stood on the summit of K2 with their teammate Virginia, who would become the first woman in history to reach that summit. Claire stepped onto the top of the world's second highest mountain and did not know, could not have known, that this was the last uncomplicated moment of her life. The descent began immediately, because it had to. They were exhausted, out of fuel for the stove, moving slowly in the way that bodies move at that altitude after that kind of effort. Not dramatically, not in the way that looks dangerous from the outside, but slowly in the precise way that, on that mountain, in those conditions, is exactly as dangerous as it looks. Virginia descended faster. So did their other teammate, Michelle, who made the decision I want you to think carefully about. Because it is the kind of decision that looks like cowardice from the outside and looks like survival from the inside, and is probably both. He left them. He and Virginia were moving, and Henry and Claire were not moving fast enough, and the weather was changing, and so he descended. He survived. Henry and Claire were never seen alive again. Claire's body was found a month later at roughly 17,500 feet, frozen in the ice on the lower glacier. She was lying on her side. One arm was extended, as if she had been reaching for something, or pointing at something, or as if the cold had simply caught her mid-gesture and held her there. Henry's body was not found for 12 years. 12 years the glacier kept him, moving him slowly downward the way glaciers move everything they claim, at the pace of ice and time. And in 1998, at the foot of the Godwin-Austen Glacier, climbers found what remained of him. He and Claire were laid to rest together at the Gilkey Memorial. Their plaque is one of the ones I had come to document. I had read everything I could find about them before the trip. I had read the survivor accounts, the expedition reports, the brief, clinical entries in the mountaineering journals. I had stood at their plaque for a long time that first morning, and I had thought about what it means to die on a mountain with the person you love most, and I had thought about what it means to survive, and I had thought about Michelle, who was still alive, who had never spoken publicly about the descent, who had given one interview in the early 90s and then gone silent. What I had not expected was the owl. It appeared on the second day. K2 Base Camp sits at roughly 16,800 feet, and at that altitude the biology is sparse, stripped down to what can survive the cold and the pressure and the thin air. You see certain birds, lammergeiers sometimes, choughs. You do not typically see owls. This one was perched on a rock formation at the edge of the moraine, perhaps 40 feet from our camp when I came out in the morning. It was a large bird, larger than any owl I could immediately place, and it was perfectly still in the way that predators are still when they are watching something. Its face was turned directly toward me. Its eyes, pale and wide and rimmed with what looked like frost, did not move. It did not turn its head. It did not blink. It simply watched. And in the watching, there was a quality that I have spent years trying to describe accurately, and have only recently settled on the right word for, which is the word intentional. Claire noticed it on the third day. She pointed it out without saying anything, the way you point out something you are not sure you want to confirm out loud. The owl was on a different rock. Same distance, same posture, same absolute stillness. We stood there for probably 3 minutes looking at it, and it did not move. It tracked us, Claire said finally. It moved from where it was yesterday to where we would be today. I told her that was not possible. Birds do not track people's movements between one day and the next, do not anticipate positions, do not reposition to maintain surveillance across a changing scene. I said this with the confidence of a man who does not know what he is looking at. The owl was there the next morning, and the next. It was always at the same distance, always on an elevated surface, always oriented directly toward whichever one of us was outside. When we were both outside, it held a position equidistant between us, and this, the geometry of it, the mathematical consistency of it, was what began to make my hands go cold in a way that had nothing to do with the altitude. One morning I walked toward it deliberately. I got to within 30 feet and its eyes tracked me, and it did not move. 25 feet. 20. At 15 feet, I stopped, because something that I cannot explain to you, that has no name in any protocol I have ever followed, told me to stop. Its eyes were pale yellow, nearly white, and they were open in the flat, unblinking way of something that does not sleep. The irises were not quite round. They were slightly elongated, slightly wrong, and they held no reflection of the morning light, which was strange, because eyes catch light, because that is a thing eyes do, and these did not. I stood there for a long time, looking at something looking back at me, and then I turned around and walked back to the tent. Did it move? Claire asked. No, I said. She handed me coffee. Neither of us said anything else about it for several hours. That night was the night the radio came on. I told you the words. Camp 4 to base. Do you read? Over. The signal held for approximately 4 seconds and then went to static. I checked the radio. It was functioning correctly, properly tuned, properly charged. I tried to respond. No response. I logged the time and the frequency and sat in the tent for the next 3 hours, not sleeping, watching the radio, thinking about the Renards and about the plaque on the stone cairn, and about the 12 years the mountain held Henry before giving him back. The next morning, the owl was gone. I came out at first light, and the rocks where it had been were empty. I checked every surface in the area around camp. I checked the moraine, the glacier margin, the base of the ridgeline behind us. Nothing. I went back inside and told Claire. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "What date is it?" I told her the date. She said, "That is the anniversary of the summit. The 23rd. I had not made that connection. I thought about it for a long time. I'm still thinking about it. Here is the final thing I will tell you. When we descended to the lower camp and linked up with the support team there, I mentioned the radio contact to the expedition coordinator, a veteran Karakoram climber who had been on K2 3 times. I described the voice, the words, the time. He listened without expression, and when I finished he was quiet for a moment. Then he told me about 1992. He told me about 2 American climbers at K2 base camp who had heard the same voice, the same words, over the same channel, on a night when no one was on the mountain. He told me that the climbers had described the voice as calm and accented and slightly breathless, as if the speaker had been moving for a very long time and was finally, at last, stopping. He told me that the woman whose voice that was had been dead for 6 years by the time those climbers heard it. I do not know what K2 keeps. I do not know what it holds. In the ice and the stone and the frequencies between the camps, in the space between the living and the names on the plaques. I do not know whether what I heard was a signal from the dead or a trick of frequency and altitude, and an exhausted mind desperate to fill silence with meaning. I do not know whether the owl was a bird or a watcher, or simply something the mountain keeps as well, moving through the high air above the Godwin-Austen Glacier, stopping only long enough to hold one pale, lightless gaze on those of us foolish enough to come here looking for the lost. What I know is that their plaque is still there. Their names are still there, on a stone in the Karakoram, at the foot of the mountain that held them both, together. I know that when I descended past it on my way out, I stopped, and I stood there for a long time, and the wind moved through the cairn the way wind moves through everything on that mountain, with that particular authority, that sense of weight, as if it is carrying something more than air. I did not hear anything, but I waited. I posted this once before in 2021 on a private forum for wilderness search and rescue volunteers. I deleted it after 4 hours because the responses made me feel like I had made a mistake. Not because people were cruel, but because the ones who believed me were frightened in a way I had not anticipated. And the ones who did not believe me were looking for a story. And what I have is not a story. It is a report. I am not interested in being believed or disbelieved. I am interested in a specific, documented, reproducible phenomenon that killed 4 members of my hiking group on a ridge in the Cascade Range in Washington State on the morning of September 14, 2019, while leaving me standing in the sunlight, unable to explain why I was alive and they were not. My name is Rachel Oakes. I am 31 years old. I live in Portland, Oregon. I work in data analysis. I am a rational, methodical, detail-oriented person who keeps records of everything, including what I am about to describe, because recording things is the only framework I have for making them real enough to carry. There were 5 of us on the permit. Myself, my older brother Daniel, 2 of his friends from graduate school named Marcus Webb and Claire Aldred, and our group leader, a man named James Hollingsworth, who had been guiding backcountry trips in the Pacific Northwest for 17 years, and who held certifications in wilderness first aid and high-altitude rescue. James was 53 years old and had the specific, unhurried competence of a person who has seen every kind of weather and terrain failure, and has never once been the cause of an emergency. He was the safest person I knew in the mountains. I want you to hold on to that detail. We were 3 days into a 5-day loop through a section of the Cascades that sits roughly 40 miles from the nearest trailhead, at elevations ranging between 7,000 and 9,000 feet. The first 2 days had been, by every measure, exceptional. Clear skies, manageable temperatures, a route that performed exactly as the topo maps described. James moved us with the efficient pacing of someone who reads terrain the way other people read text, and we made camp each evening with daylight to spare. On the evening of the 13th, we set up camp on a broad ridge at approximately 8,200 feet, with an unobstructed view of the range in 3 directions and a shallow saddle to the west that James said would shelter us from the overnight wind. He checked the weather on a satellite device. Clear to partly cloudy. Overnight low, 34 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind from the northwest, 10 to 15 miles per hour, diminishing by morning. We ate. We talked. Daniel made the same bad joke he always made about instant coffee, and James and Claire laughed at it with the uncomplicated warmth of people who are tired in the good way and not yet cold. I went to sleep at 9:30. I know this because I logged it in my trip journal, which I kept, as I always do, in the left outer pocket of my pack, beside my headlamp. I woke at approximately 4 in the morning to a sound. I want to be precise about this, because the precise nature of the sound is the most important data point in everything I am about to tell you, and I have spent the better part of 5 years since that morning consulting with acousticians, atmospheric physicists, and one researcher at a university in Oregon who studies the physiological effects of low-frequency sound on human tissue. The sound was not loud. It was not the kind of sound you hear with your ears in the way you hear wind or voices or the crack of a branch. It was a frequency, a sustained, low, rhythmic pressure that I felt in my chest and in the base of my skull and in the particular hollowed-out space behind my eyes, that I can only describe as the part of the brain that is responsible for the specific sensation of dread. Not dread of anything in particular, just dread itself as a physical condition, as though the frequency were tuned to the precise wavelength that the body uses to signal itself that something is wrong, and that signal was now running continuously, without a source and without an off switch. I sat up in my tent. The sound continued. I checked my watch. I looked for an external cause, wind against the tent fabric, a structural issue with the pole configuration, an animal nearby. I found nothing. The night was calm. The stars were visible through the mesh vent above me. Whatever I was hearing, feeling, was coming from everywhere and nowhere, the way a sound comes from inside a body rather than outside it. After roughly 20 minutes, it stopped. I noted the time and went back to sleep. In the morning, the sky was clear. James had the stove running before the rest of us were fully out of our bags, and he handed me a cup of instant coffee with the wordless efficiency of a person who has been doing this for longer than I have been hiking. Daniel was already at the edge of the ridge, checking the day's route with his map. Marcus and Claire were consolidating their gear, talking quietly about the descent we were planning for day 4. Everything was normal. Everything was the way the mountains are supposed to feel at 7 in the morning, under clear skies with 4 days of good food in your pack, and people you trust on all sides. We broke camp at 7:45. I know this because I logged it. We've been moving for approximately 45 minutes, descending a moderate slope toward the next camp area through open terrain with good footing, when Marcus stopped walking. He did not stop the way a person stops when they are tired or when they see something interesting. He stopped the way a machine stops, completely, without transition, all motion ceasing at once. He was at the back of the group. Claire, who was just ahead of him, turned when she noticed he was no longer keeping pace. She said his name. He turned toward her voice, and I saw his face. And I want to be careful about how I describe what I saw, because I know how it sounds, and I know that what it sounds like is not what it was. His expression was wrong. Not frightened, not pained. Wrong in the way a face is wrong when the thing behind the eyes that coordinates and directs a face has suddenly lost its access to whatever controls expression. He looked at Claire the way a person looks at something they are unable to place. Then he sat down in the dirt, hard, without the controlled descent of a deliberate decision. His legs simply stopped holding him. James moved to him immediately. He was at Marcus's side in 4 or 5 steps, one hand on his wrist, checking his pulse, the other on his shoulder, speaking to him in a calm, low voice. Marcus's mouth was moving. No sound was coming out. Then James pulled his hand back from Marcus's wrist, not quickly. It was a controlled withdrawal, the kind a person makes when they have received information they need a moment to process. He stood up and turned to me, and what I saw on James's face in that moment, James, who had seen everything, who had never been the cause of an emergency in 17 years, was the expression of a man confronting data that does not fit his model. He said his pulse is wrong. He said it the way a professional says something that should not be possible, in a voice that was holding itself very carefully at the edge of what holding can sustain. Marcus was now breathing in shallow, rapid pulls. His hands had gone to his own throat, not clawing, not violent, but pressing inward at the sides of his jaw, as though he were trying to find the source of something inside his own tissue. Claire knelt beside him and took his hands in hers and said his name again, 3 times, with increasing urgency. On the 3rd time he looked at her. He actually looked at her, his eyes focused on her face, with a sudden terrible clarity. The way eyes focus when a person is trying to communicate something they cannot put into language because language has become unavailable, and what they need you to understand is too large for any available container. His nose began to bleed. Then, his ears. I am not going to describe in full detail what happened in the next 11 minutes, because I have given that description once, in a formal statement to the Whatcom County Sheriff's Department, and giving it again serves no purpose I can identify. What I will tell you is what the coroner's report ultimately stated, which is that Marcus Webb died of acute cardiovascular failure with no identifiable underlying cardiac condition, and that the post-mortem examination produced no evidence of trauma, toxic ingestion, or pathogen exposure sufficient to account for the presentation. The report used the phrase presentation of uncertain etiology. That phrase appears 3 times in the report, once for Marcus and once each for Claire Aldred and my brother Daniel, who died within 35 minutes of Marcus and whose deaths were similarly described. The coroner's report does not have a phrase for what it saw, because what it saw has no established clinical category. James Hollingsworth survived. He and I descended together, and I am alive because he had the presence and the training to keep us both moving when moving was the only available option. He did not speak during the descent, and I did not speak either, and we reached the trailhead at approximately 4 in the afternoon and flagged down a passing vehicle whose driver called emergency services. James sat on the tailgate of a truck owned by a man we had never met, in a parking lot 40 miles from where Daniel died, and he looked at his hands for a long time. Then he looked at me. He said, "I've never seen anything like that." He said it once, and he did not say anything else about it for the rest of that afternoon, and I have not spoken to him since the day of the formal statements. I have since found the account that has never left me, the one I returned to again and again in the 2 years after the Cascades, searching for a framework that could hold what I witnessed. In August of 1993, on a mountain range in Siberia, near the southern shore of Lake Baikal, a 7-person hiking group led by an experienced guide named Ludmila Korovina descended a peak called Retranslator in deteriorating weather. The group's sole survivor, a 17-year-old named Valentina Udochenko, described what happened in a testimony that has remained officially unexplained for more than 30 years. The first hiker, a young man named Alexander, stopped suddenly at the back of the group and began to scream. He was bleeding from his ears and eyes. He fell to the ground convulsing. The group leader ran to help him, and within moments exhibited the same symptoms. A third hiker began clawing at her own throat and smashed her head against a rock. 2 others ran and collapsed, and died in the open. The sole survivor ran to the tree line and stayed there, waiting, and nothing happened to her, and she never understood why. She followed power lines for 4 days, until kayakers on the river found her standing on the bank, covered in blood, staring at nothing. She was 17 years old. The autopsy found hypothermia and a single cardiac arrest and nothing else. No toxins, no pathogen, no explanation adequate to what she saw. The official cause of death was not wrong. The people on that mountain died of things the body does. The question that has never been answered. The question I have been living inside since September 14, 2019, is what directed the body to do those things? What triggered the cascade? What the mechanism was that produced the symptoms? At altitude, in that precise pattern? In people who were healthy and prepared and surrounded by people who loved them, on a clear September morning with every instrument reading normal. There is a scientific term I want to give you before I close this account, because I believe in naming things precisely when precision is available. The term is infrasound, sound waves at frequencies below the lower threshold of human hearing, below 20 Hz, inaudible to the conscious mind but fully received by the body's structural tissues, the inner ear, the chest cavity, the fluids surrounding the brain. Natural sources of infrasound include volcanic events, large weather systems, and a phenomenon called Kármán vortex shedding, which occurs when wind moves past a solid obstruction, a ridge, a rock formation, a mountain face, at a specific velocity and produces oscillating pressure waves at precisely the frequency that human tissue absorbs most completely. Research published in the last 15 years has documented that prolonged exposure to infrasound can produce disorientation, spatial confusion, extreme panic, cardiac arrhythmia, and in cases of prolonged high-amplitude exposure, internal hemorrhage from pressure damage to soft tissue. Every one of these effects corresponds to something I witnessed on that ridge. The infrasound theory does not explain everything I witnessed. It does not explain the precise pattern of who was affected and who was not, or the specific timing, or why James and I could walk away from a slope where 4 people died in less than an hour. It does not explain what I heard in my tent at 4 in the morning, felt, more precisely, 20 hours before the first symptom appeared. It does not explain why Valentina Utochenko is the only one alive, and why being at the tree line when it began was the variable that saved her, and why the Kamardapan incident has no explanation 30 years later that accounts for the full testimony of the person who was there. What it explains is enough. Enough for me to know that what killed Marcus and Claire and Daniel was not supernatural. It was not a monster, not a curse, not the mountain deciding to take something. It was physics. Blind, indifferent, perfectly natural physics, operating at a frequency below the range of human awareness, building in the terrain of a specific ridge configuration on a specific morning with a specific wind, invisible and inaudible, and completely without malice and absolutely fatal. Physics that no instrument I was carrying that day could detect, that no training I had would have helped me recognize, that no preparation of any kind would have changed. The mountain did not mean to kill them. It simply did not know they were there. It was doing what mountains do, shaping the air, redirecting the wind, creating the pressures and geometries that large stone formations create when weather moves across them. And the human bodies in the path of that process were simply not a variable it was capable of accounting for. I do not know how to tell you that this is more frightening than a ghost or a predator or a presence with intention. I know that it should be less frightening because the absence of intention means the absence of cruelty, and cruelty is what we fear most in the dark. But I've stood on a ridge in the morning sunlight and watched healthy people become something that a coroner's report would later describe as acute cardiovascular failure of uncertain etiology. And I have known, in the specific way you know something that no instrument can measure, that the air itself was wrong, and that we had walked into it without knowing, and that walking out was entirely a matter of which direction the wind happened to be moving when your particular piece of the slope received the particular frequency that the ridge geometry was generating on that particular morning. They were standing 200 feet ahead of me, and the wind was at my back. That is the entire reason I am alive. I have gone back to the mountains since. People ask me how I can, and I tell them that the mountains are not different from what they always were. They are indifferent and enormous and governed by physics that we understand partially and imperfectly, and they will do what they do regardless of who is standing in the path of it. What I have changed is how I listen, not for sounds I can hear, for the ones I cannot. The low rhythmic pressure behind the eyes, the dread without an object, the specific wordless signal the body sends when it is receiving something the mind has not yet been given vocabulary for. If you feel that signal on a ridge at altitude, with the wind coming from a direction that puts a rock face or a saddle or any large obstruction upwind of your position, do not try to identify the source. Do not look for it. Do not stand there calculating. Move off the ridge. Move to the tree line. Move down. The mountain is not trying to kill you, but it does not know you are there, and on a long enough timeline, in the right geometry, with the right wind, the distinction stops mattering. Daniel knew he was dying. I know this because in the 11 minutes between the first symptom and the last, he looked at me 3 times. Each time his face was different. The first time, confusion. The second time, the beginning of understanding. The third time, the last time, from the ground, when James was beside him, and I was on my knees in the dirt, and the ridge was quiet and bright, and the sky was the specific blue that September makes in the Cascades, the blue that means the season is about to turn. The third time, he looked at me with an expression I do not have a word for. I have been looking for the word ever since. I think it was simply, I did not know it would be like this. Neither did I. Neither would you. Trust what your body tells you before your mind can name it. Get to the tree line. Go down. That is all I have.